Hello, everyone. This is the regular meeting of the Hollister Planning Commission on March 26th.
Recording in progress.
The meeting is now called to order, and it is 6 p.m. Staff, please call roll.
Chair Carla Torres de Luna,
Here.
Vice Chair Peter Hernandez,
Here.
Commissioner Damien Perez,
Here.
Commissioner Julio Rodriguez,
Present.
Commissioner Stephen Belong.
Present.
And would anyone like to help us lead the Pledge of Allegiance?
I'll do it.
Thank you. Thank you. This is a public input. This is a time for anyone in the audience to speak on any item not on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the commission. Speaker cards are available in the lobby and are to be completed and given to staff before speaking. When the commission secretary calls your name, please come to the podium, state your name and city for the record, and speak to the commission. If you're joining us by Zoom, please click on the bottom of your screen to raise your hand. If you're joining us by Zoom using a cell phone, please press *9. Each speaker will be limited 3 minutes unless we see otherwise if we have too many, with a maximum of 30 minutes. Please note that state law prohibits the commission from discussing or taking action on any item. Do we have public comment?
No public comments on this item.
Okay, thank you. And next we have consent agenda. Do we have any questions from the commission on the items in consent agenda? Or are there any items that the commission would like to pull for further discussion? Okay. Staff, do we have any public comments on items from the consent agenda?
No public comments on the consent agenda.
Thank you. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
I abstain. I wasn't here.
Okay. And any, no? Okay. So motion carries. I think that was 4 of us. And may we have item number 6.1, 2040 General Plan and Revised Climate Action Plan. May we have the staff report?
Good evening, Planning Commissioners and Madam Chair. I'm Rod Powell, the Community Development Director and Assistant City Manager. Tonight before you, we're pleased to bring forward 6 separate items in total for your consideration and recommendation to the City Council regarding the general plan update, housing element, and other supportive documents. As you will hear, there is some overlap in regard to these documents, and staff has structured them on the agenda to make the best sense of that complication and involvement. Tonight's items will be presented by a very knowledgeable and familiar group of staff and consultants, each prepared to answer any questions you have throughout the process. And with that, we'll go ahead and introduce Mr. David Early to present the general plan, and Eva Kelly is also on hand to support.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is David Early, and I am a consulting principal with PlaceWorks. My firm has been working on this general plan with your staff, your planning commissioners, your city council for actually about 6 years now, and we're very happy that we are here at what we believe to be the finish line. I'm ready for you to hopefully take action on this general plan as your first item tonight, and then the 5 subsequent and related items that you'll be looking at as well. It's been a pleasure working with Eva, with Rod, and with the other staff here. I have been on this project for the entire time. My associate, Greg Goodfellow, is here as well, and he'll be talking about the last of the 6 items, the objective design standards as well, and we're available through the course of the meeting to help with other items if appropriate. I have put together a slideshow for this first item about the general plan itself and the climate action plan, as well as the environmental review addendum that goes with those documents. And so I'll just dive in, and I will, of course, be available at the end of my presentation to answer any questions you may have before you open it up for public comment and your discussion. And I should probably say, and I think you probably all understand this, they are 6 separate items, so you will be hearing 6 separate presentations followed by 6 separate comment periods, followed by 6 separate actions. It's not like 6 presentations and then just 1 comment period. So you'll go through them in sequence and take action on each one before you go to the next.
So we're taking action, to be clear, Madam Chair?
Excuse me?
Quick question. So are we taking action on them independently?
Yes, in order, right. So you will take action on the general plan before you then hear about the housing element and so forth. If you have questions about how they fit together, I'm happy for, both I and Eva and others will be happy to answer them when the time comes. All right, so let's have the next slide. Or am I? Oh, look, I'm in charge of my own destiny here. Look at that. All right. So I'm going to talk about the draft general plan, the climate action plan, give you an overview of community input that did occur over this 6 years, and talk about your steps this evening and moving forward on this, both this project and the other 5 on your agenda. For the general plan itself, I think it's important to begin with just an overview of what is the general plan. Obviously, all of you as planning commissioners have been working with your existing general plan already. You're familiar with it, but I do want to state for you and for the audience that the general plan in California is considered the blueprint for growth and development and conservation for every community within the state. Every community, both cities and counties, are required by the state to have general plans. The courts have called the general plan the Constitution for development and conservation within your jurisdiction. And just like our federal Constitution, you don't have every rule in the general plan. You have the basic framework, and then you have subsidiary things like your climate action plan, your housing element, which is actually part of the general plan but has housing policies in it, your zoning code, which you'll be looking at tonight, the development standards, policies that staff keeps. Those are all subservient to the general plan. So the general plan is the document that establishes your community vision and supporting goals, policies, and actions. It provides a consistent direction for future development. It's intended to balance growth, conservation, and quality of life. And it does also serve as a document about baseline environmental conditions so you can track change as it occurs over time. The general plan by law consists of a series of elements. An element is the word in the law. It's easy to think of them as chapters. Element is kind of a fancy word for chapter. The reason they're called element is that you're not required to put all of these elements into individual chapters. You can combine elements into a single chapter. You can organize the general plan however you want. In your case, pretty much every required element is its own chapter. So there's almost a one-to-one correspondence between the general plan elements as required and the chapters in the general plan. And I should say at this juncture that your current general plan, which was last updated in 2005, is a very good and robust document. And what we're really doing here is amending it and changing it around the edges. We're not fundamentally rewriting it. So the overall structure of the general plan will remain the same from the one that was in effect that was adopted in 2005. So you have a series of required elements within the general plan. You see those on the left-hand slide here. Land use, in this case it's called land use and community design, is required by the state. Circulation, housing, natural resources, and conservation. Open space and agriculture, those two, the state only requires conservation by name and open space by name, but in your general plan they have these slightly longer names. And then there is a health and safety element. The state requires an element called safety, and the state also requires a noise element, and noise in this case is covered within your health and safety element. So that structure remains the same. Your existing general plan already includes a community services and facilities element, and state law allows you to add any elements that you like to that list of required elements from the state. So you also have an existing community services and facilities element that will remain in place. And this general plan update adds 3 additional elements: an arts element, an economic development element, and an environmental justice element. And those are all added new in this document. The general plan had a series of goals set for it when the update process began, and the City Council articulated these goals. The first was to engage a broad spectrum of the community in thinking about planning for Hollister's future, to establish a community vision for Hollister in the year 2040, to maintain Hollister's small town and agricultural character, to manage growth consistent with overall community goals, to ensure high quality development, to support economic development, and to respond to state mandates and changes to the general plan guidelines that the state promulgates, all of which had occurred since the year 2005. So we are doing some things to just update to correspond to new changes in the law in the last 20 years, but we're also doing fulfilling all the other goals that you see there as well. One of the key concepts about the general plan is that it has to cover a specific area, and there are actually 4 different areas, one nested within the other, that are all important to know about in this context. The area that's most directly affected by the general plan is the area inside of the city limits, and I think that makes sense. That's where you have actual legal authority to regulate land use, is within your own city limits. But there's also an area called the sphere of influence, and some of you are probably familiar with that. The sphere of influence is an area that the Local Agency Formation Commission, which exists at the county level, has identified as an area that you may add to the city in the future. And so your general plan talks about both your existing sphere of influence and changes to the sphere of influence that the city would like to see, and would approach the LAFCO, the Local Agency Formation Commission, about making those changes. So you have your city limit, you have a slightly larger area as the sphere of influence, which is the area expected to come into the city. Your general plan also has an urban service area, which identifies areas that under some circumstances the city might serve with services, even if they're outside of that sphere of influence. And then finally, by state law, there is a larger area called the planning area, and that is the area which, even though it's not in your jurisdiction, not in your sphere of influence, but still an area that you believe has an impact on what happens in Hollister. And I think we can all imagine this, that if the county makes certain changes outside city limits, those can affect the city of Hollister. So your general plan actually sets a boundary for that planning area, and what that does is it gives you the authority to make comments to the state or the county about changes that they might propose. They're outside of your authority, but you can say in your general plan, we believe this to be in our planning area, we believe this to affect us, and therefore we're giving these comments on it. And you can see on the map that largest area is the area of the planning area. There have been a lot of opportunities for public involvement in this process. We were, of course, in COVID. The COVID lockdown started, I believe, about a month before we started work on this project. It was quite unnerving at that time, but I think we still did a good job with public outreach. We had 9 separate workshops and events. Because of the lockdown, we did have 2 different sets of online activities. We had a general plan advisory committee, which met a total of 8 times. We've had 4 meetings already, including this one with your planning commission. And by the time we get done in April with the city council, they will have had 8 meetings as well. So there's been a lot of opportunities for public input on this process. We've also had a very robust website for the project. It's been up and running for this entire time period. It's called Hollister2040.org. I'm sure all of you have been there already. You can see the general plan documents on the website, and you can also see the history of this process over these past several years, and you can understand all the input and process that has gone into the project. So this again gives an overview of this process and a list here on the left of all the things we've done. You see on the graphic how staff, the city staff, the GPAC, the community, the Planning Commission, and the City Council have all given input to create this draft general plan. And the general plan includes an establishment of baseline conditions, understanding what's on the ground today. It created a 2040 community-wide vision, which I'll show you in just a few minutes. We looked at a series of policy options that gave people ideas of alternatives as to what might be done in putting together this draft general plan. And then we prepared the draft general plan itself. We've now finalized that general plan in response to council direction. And I think you know that the current draft of the general plan is very similar to one that was done several years ago. At that time, there was a new council election. That council directed that we take a different approach. When that was done, just as we had finished that, a third council came in and they directed that we go back to a general plan very similar to our first draft. So this third draft that you're seeing tonight is very similar to the first draft that was shown some years ago. There have been further updates, primarily just to comply with changes of state law since the time that that first general plan draft was done, but mostly at the council's direction, we've stuck to the very first draft that was put together some years ago. So this is a lot of words, and I apologize, but this is the entire vision statement of the general plan. And I won't try and read the whole thing, but as you're looking at it, I think you can see it as a vision for the entire community for a 15-year period. It's actually quite succinct. It fits on one page, and it does talk about Hollister being a place that welcomes all sorts of people to come and live, work, and recreate, and that people really choose to be here because of the high quality of the community, because of the surrounding agricultural lands, and because of the many amenities that are here in the city. It talks about innovation of businesses in the downtown, the industrial park, and at the airport. It talks about recreation at places like the Pinnacles National Park and the Hollister Hills recreational vehicle area. It talks about transportation. It talks about community life and flourishing, and particularly the historic buildings of the town. And it talks about how new growth will be accommodated, but accommodated responsibly. So these are the key issues that come up in this vision. And then in addition to that, the vision includes a series of 4 community values. And there's text about each of those. You can see here that they include equity, diversity, innovation, and sustainability as key values that the City of Hollister, through this general plan, really believes in and is seeking to realize. One of the key aspects of the general plan is what's called the land use map. People are sometimes more familiar with a zoning map. The zoning map and the land use map are similar to each other, but as I said before, the general plan is at a higher level. It's more conceptual, and so some of the regulations about development might occur in the zoning ordinance, but the zoning ordinance and the zoning map are going to be consistent with the land use map that you see here. So the land use map, you can see around the outside of the area, all that green, that's the planning area. Those are areas that are anticipated to be kept in agricultural uses. Up the top of the map, you see the airport in blue and the airport industrial park around it in purple and gray. And then you see the core of the city a little farther down. You I'm sure can make out the downtown itself and the residential neighborhoods of the city. So those land uses are shown in great detail. There's a whole table of land use designations that show the types of development that can occur in every one of those designations. They're all there on the map before you tonight. And this is a summary of those land use designations. The residential designations are the top ones here that go all the way from residential estate with quite large lots, low density, medium density, and high density residential to accommodate apartments and townhouses, particularly in central areas of the city. And then there are several mixed use designations, a broad mixed use designation, one specifically for the downtown and one for the West Gateway. There's a North Gateway commercial that does allow residential but emphasizes commercial uses, and there's a home office designation. So these are the primary development designations within that entire general plan. It's a pretty simple list looking at the city as a whole. And that's it for the general plan. I see Commissioner Hernandez, did you have a question?
If I may, Madam Chair.
If it's acceptable, I don't know, through the chair.
Yeah, I just wanted to, because you went a little fast.
Make sure your mic's on.
Oh, it is. DU to AC, the next slide.
Yeah.
Can
These
you
are
define that
dwelling
for
units
me?
per acre.
Say that again?
Dwelling units per acre.
How do
So-
they measure that?
You measure the land in acres, and you count the residential units, the dwelling units, and that's the number. So if you're allowed 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres, that means that if you have a 20-acre site, you can have 4 units, because 20 divided by 5 is 4. If you have 12 to 35 dwelling units per acre, that means if you have 1 acre of land, you can build between 12 and 35 units on that 1 acre. If you have half an acre, you can build half as many.
Well, obviously, because the acre's not changing, then you can only go higher, right?
Well, some of these densities are low enough that you can accomplish them with one-story buildings. So you would expect in residential estate, low density, and probably even medium density, that in almost every one of those cases, they could be accomplished with one-story buildings. It's true that when you get to the high-density residential and some of the residential and the mixed uses, that in order to do those, you'd have to build up higher.
Yeah, by default, the increase in number requires you can only go higher.
Well, and again, you don't have to go higher for the lower densities, but it is true that it's very difficult to do more than, I mean, you know, many single-family homes in many neighborhoods here are 2 stories tall. To go, you can build 2-story residential developments up to about 12 to 15 units per acre. So the higher numbers that go above 12 to 15 are going to go higher still.
So how does the state measure that? Whether that density is even possible, whether it's the 12 to 35?
Well, the state doesn't need to measure it, but just sort of the way planning works is that you count all the units. If you have an apartment building, say with 4 floors, you still count all the units on all 4 floors, and then you look at the number of acres. So if you had a 4-story building with 4 units per story, that's 16 units. And if that was built on a 1-acre piece of land, that would be 16 units per acre.
I appreciate that. Yeah, no, and I kind of assumed that. My
Yeah.
point is, it puts the burden on us ultimately, right? And the implications of that burden by default.
Right, your staff would be reviewing every application to make sure that it fit within these ranges.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate
You're
it.
very welcome.
Other questions?
Okay, so I'll go on and talk about the draft climate action plan, which is part of this same first action this evening. The climate action plan is a document that is not required by state law, but it is very close to required at this point. There are a number of very strong advantages to every jurisdiction for adopting a climate action plan, and through a series of legal opinions, it's really become the norm that you can't really adopt a general plan without having a companion climate action plan, because the state requires you to show how you're going to address the climate impacts of development on your general plan. And really the only easy way to do that is through a very extensive climate action plan. So while it's not strictly a required document, it is very closely aligned and almost required by state regulation and some court cases. The climate action plan is a strategic plan that's intended to reduce the community's greenhouse gas emissions and increase resilience even as development occurs. And I'll talk about exactly what that means in a few minutes. But it is intended to support the general plan's goals and policies and to allow for development under the general plan, despite the concerns about greenhouse gases that we have here in California. And it includes both a calculation of existing greenhouse gas emissions. It includes projections of future greenhouse gas emissions. It sets reduction targets for greenhouse gas emissions, set to the state standards that the state is trying to get down to a certain level. Every community has to do its part to get down to that same level. And then it has strategies to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions and meet those targets that are set within the plan. So those are the key components of the climate action plan. I'm going to talk about each of those in a little more detail. There was you already have an adopted climate action plan. The council did adopt both, as you know, the general plan and the climate action plan in December of 2024 as one of its final actions. That council's final actions. The general plan was rescinded. The CAP was not, the climate action plan. So you actually have an existing climate action plan that was not rescinded. However, because the climate action plan is tied to the city's growth projections, the new general plan requires amendments to the climate action plan as well. And it is a focused update then that replaces the growth projections to match this new general plan and that adjusts the strategies to continue to achieve those targets that were set in that existing climate action plan that you already have. It has a series of strategies within it. There's a total of 18 strategies. 16 are in the existing climate action plan. And of those 16, 15 remain unchanged. Strategy 10 has been changed to include additional traffic reduction measures, and then we've added 2 more to make you more able to fulfill new goals that have come down from the state since 2024. And those are strategies 17 to reduce truck idling and strategy 18 to promote infill development. In addition to that, the estimates of the greenhouse gas emission reductions have been updated to reflect the changes in the growth projections since this new general plan has been drafted. This shows you progress towards the targets that's anticipated in the Climate Action Plan. A graph very similar to this one exists in your existing adopted Climate Action Plan. And what you see in these lines, I love these graphs, but I'm that kind of a nerd. The red line at the top above the green area shows what would happen, what we forecast would happen if we do nothing. And you can see that the green only starts in the year 2024 because that's when that Climate Action Plan was adopted. The line before that is a known set of factors that began in 2005 and went up through 2024. There's a single line there because that was history. There's no forecasting there. Once we get beyond today, we have the red line at the top forecasting what would happen if we do nothing. We have the middle line between the green and the blue forecasting what will happen if Hollister did nothing, but the state did what it's planning to do. And you can see that there's already quite a big drop. Most of the drop occurs through those state efforts, not through what Hollister would do. But there's still a gap to get down to where the state wants us to be. The state wants us to be way down very close to 0. And to get to that number, and the desired number are the green dots. There are 2 green dots you can see quite well, and there's actually a green dot on 2045 where the lowest line hits 2045. And what that shows us is that with those city efforts from the Climate Action Plan, we anticipate that you will get to that lower level that's needed to meet your requirements, your obligations for the state effort. And you get that through the 18 strategies that are included in the Climate Action Plan. So that's what that teal area is. It's the reduction created by the Climate Action Plan that goes beyond what the state is already going to do. So it is a plan that gets you to exactly the level that you need to get to meet state mandates.
Quick question.
Yes, I'm sorry,
Sorry,
through the chair.
So how do they come up with these formulas? Is it modeling or is it?
Yes, there's quite a bit of modeling involved.
And so how, you mentioned the state has, through their efforts, reduced greenhouse gases.
Yes.
What efforts have they done to reduce?
Well, some examples are that what's called the fleet mix is changing. That is the number of gas-powered vehicles. The amount of emissions from those gas-powered vehicles is going down. The number of gas-powered vehicles is going down. Electric vehicles are going up. That's one way, and that's a pretty significant way. Another is that the composition of gasoline and other fuels themselves has changed and is projected to be changed. The state is mandating that electrical power, when it's generated, is done through more environmentally sustainable ways. That's a big reduction. So there's a whole host of things. The state is doing many, many things. Those are 3 kind of commonly known ones that happen that are helping to lessen greenhouse gases through state regulation.
So where in that modeling does it include us buying foreign oil and the consumption of that?
Well, from a greenhouse gas perspective, it doesn't actually matter whether the oil comes from another country or from here. There is the cost, the environmental cost of shipping the oil from a faraway location to here. So that would be included in those. But the bigger issue is the quantity of oil being used, not so much where it comes from, but the quantity itself.
Because I mean, it's my understanding that it's a lot dirtier, right? Because it's less regulated. We're one of the highest regulated states.
I'm not the technical person on this. My understanding is that it might start out dirtier, and that's not because it's a third world country or something. It's just that various grades of oil are more or less pure, but that once they get to this country and they're refined, they are refined to meet U.S. standards, and in California to meet California standards, and that's where those state standards for the composition of fuel come in, that the refining regulations require that it be made less dirty.
Okay. Thank you for that.
All right, so let me just go on. I want to very quickly mention, really for the record, about a draft environmental impact report addendum. When the general plan was adopted in 2024, the general plan and climate action plan, a full environmental impact report was prepared. The environmental impact report is an informational document. It discloses potential environmental effects. It identifies any mitigation measures that are needed. It describes feasible alternatives to the project. Certifying an EIR does not dictate project approval or denial. It's a step that a jurisdiction takes first to say, we understand the implications of this project we're going to do. We've certified that EIR. Now we're going to take action. That certification process happened in 2024. What happened since then is that the City Council, having certified the EIR, then repealed the resolution that adopted the general plan and directed us to recreate this new draft, which, as I've already said, is similar to the first draft. So they adopted draft number 2. We now in draft number 3 have gone back to something very similar to draft number 1. The EIR is still certified from draft number 2. So you don't need a whole new EIR. What we did have to do was an assessment of the new general plan, which of course is similar to the first general plan, but it is now considered new, draft number 3. We had to compare it to draft number 2 and make sure that that environmental assessment that was done for draft number 2 still is valid. And we did that. And under state law, we might have found one of 3 things. We might have found that we had to do a subsequent EIR, or a supplemental EIR, or an EIR addendum. The subsequent EIR and the supplemental EIR are both higher levels of review because either the project has changed very significantly from an environmental perspective, or because conditions have changed on the ground. We found that neither of those was the case, and because of that, we only are required to prepare an addendum, and that addendum does not require formal public review nor formal city adoption. So you have an extensive EIR addendum in the files, but you are not asked to act on that tonight because it does not require city approval or adoption. It's just in the file with a finding that the addendum is adequate. With that, I just wanted to wrap up by mentioning community input that we've received so far. I'm going to be summarizing a total of 7 emails and letters that came in when this slideshow was prepared about 3 days ago. And I believe that just today we got 5 more, and those are being distributed to you on paper for your review. They are not what's summarized here. So there's a total of 12 letters and emails. 7 we had previously, 5 we got today, and I won't be trying to speak to them. You have them in front of you. If you had questions about them, Eva or I could try and answer them. The ones that we did receive, of these 7, the first 3 are a request to change the designation at the northwest corner of San Benito Street and Union Road from medium density residential to either commercial or mixed use. This is from a property owner, obviously, who would like to see a commercial component on that site. A request to change a designation at Hillcrest Road from mixed use to industrial, and a request to revise policy land use 14.1 to allow development in the Union Road area without requiring a specific plan to be prepared. In addition to that, the remaining comments ask that we revise policy natural resources 3.8 to replace a requirement for zero emissions operations to other measures that could be more directly controlled by the property owner. Revising policy land use 5.5 to require regional distribution centers. It currently requires that regional distribution centers be located at least 1,000 feet away from sensitive receptors, and this, by the way, is in keeping with recent state law. And the request is to replace that with easily enforceable performance standards, but without a spatial separation. And then finally, to reduce the themes of diversity, equity, and inclusion that are included in the draft general plan. So that gives you a sense of the comments that were received in those 7 letters. Again, you have 5 more before you this evening that you can look at on your own. I apologize that we just didn't have time. I think the last 2 were received about an hour ago, so we didn't have time to put them into this slideshow. This last slide is just to talk about your current schedule and the next steps. Tonight, you will be hearing public comment on the general plan and the climate action plan, and then you'll be making a recommendation to the city council. Then you will have 5 more related items after this one. And then on April 20th, that entire package of 6 items will go to the city council, and we hope to adoption at that council meeting. So in summary, I just want to say again that it's been a pleasure to work on this project. I want to make sure again that the audience and you all, and I know you are aware of this, but make sure you're aware that this general plan is really very similar to draft number 1 that was originally created. We did our very best to reincorporate all the ideas from draft number 1 into this new draft number 3. We believe we have fulfilled the City Council's direction in that regard. And with that said, I'm available to answer any further questions you may have, and then you'll open it up, I think, for public comment.
Any questions?
I had one final one. You had kind of breezed through it when you mentioned the addendum. It sounded like it was an administrative process. So, and you said the city council didn't have to adopt or approve. Neither do we, right, the planning
Correct.
commission? So this is a change that's not going through the legislative process, it's bypassing legislative process?
I wouldn't say it's bypassing it. What the law, state law, allows staff to make a finding that the conditions have not changed enough to require either a full new EIR, nor a supplement, nor a subsequent EIR. And those words get confusing. They sound so similar, but they're actually 2 different things. So staff has made a finding that you don't need a whole new EIR, you don't need a subsequent EIR, you don't need a supplemental EIR. All you need is essentially a very long memo to file that explains why you don't need those other things. And that's what's happened here.
And that's specific to the climate action plan?
That's specific to the EIR, to the Environmental Impact Report.
But-
So the Environmental Impact Report covers both the Climate Action Plan and the General Plan, and it actually covers most of the other actions that you'll be taking this evening. It covers the housing element, which is part of the General Plan. It covers your zoning code, which is subservient to the General Plan. It covers the policies you'll look at because they're implementing the General Plan, and it covers the objective design standards, which also implement the General Plan. So that one EIR covers all of the actions you're taking tonight, and it's an EIR that already exists.
Correct.
Other questions?
I mean, I don't have a question, but I do have a concern that it's ultimately, this is still gonna be, whether it's considered by the commission to adopt, it's gonna have an impact that we're gonna be blamed for if it just goes through administrative review and bypasses us, whether it's seen that way or not.
Yeah. I think another way to look at it is that your commission, I know most of you did not serve on it at the time, but this commission has already reviewed the impacts of this general plan in the environmental impact report that you recommended to be certified and that was ultimately certified at the end of 2024. So your commission has already reviewed the impacts of this general plan. You're not doing it tonight, but you collectively as a commission did it, and the city council did it in 2024.
Yeah, I just have further questions, but we can move on.
Anybody else?
I just had one comment, just for the record. It's my understanding that the greenhouse gases, this is what we're targeting. Market rate housing has a tremendous impact, not only on the city, but the county. And I think a simple jobs analysis, job or housing and job analysis would show the state that, the more market rate housing that we're building probably increases greenhouse gases. Because of, correct me if I'm wrong, most market rate housing that is going to be built are commuters. Is that?
I would love to let you finish your question. I think I know where you're going, and I can answer it now if you'd like.
Yeah.
Sure.
What I'm saying is,
I think you're on the right track,
what,
and I'll
what
comment
I would
when
like
you're
to
done.
see, I guess, this comment's more for the state and the record to reflect that, every market rate housing is going to have a cumulative impact, regardless if the gases are cleaner, whether or not they're electric, that there's some serious structural changes that need to happen in Sacramento because we cannot keep growing the way we are. And to the point, I think the sphere of influence, we'll get to that, how we've shrunken the sphere of influence has also going to have a positive impact, but either way, every market rate house that we build it's going to add to the greenhouse gases. And that's kind of my point.
Yeah, and I guess I would agree with you, and I'd just like to clarify a couple things. The first thing I'd say is that generally speaking, that exact analysis is what's covered in the Climate Action Plan. So those exact ideas are the basis for some of the calculations that go into the Climate Action Plan for all the reasons you said. And that said, there is a difference between market rate housing and the size and type of house. So, and both of those things have an impact. So I think you're primarily speaking about single-family homes, and particularly large lot single-family homes, which are more land intensive and that tend to require people to make further trips because they're spread further apart. So you can't, for instance, walk to a grocery store because you're living so far from the grocery store. And that's a function really of the lot size and the density more than the market, the financial situation. When we talk about market rate units, we're talking about units that are priced the highest within the range of housing types. And there are single-family homes that are for moderate income, lower income, and very low income people. There are also apartments and condominiums that are built for the higher income people, where it's called market rate. So it's important not to confuse those. It is also true that people with higher incomes tend to generate more greenhouse gases than people with lower incomes, and that's because people with higher incomes have more choices, they go more places, they buy more things, so they do generate more greenhouse gases also. But so it's really both. It's both providing lower income housing for people of lower means who do generate lower greenhouse gases per person. It's also providing housing that's a little more dense and more centrally located, like in this new general plan, to allow people to make shorter vehicle trips and even to walk and take bikes for a lot of their trips. And that can happen regardless of their income, whether they're higher income, living in a market rate unit, or lower income. Those are choices they make by virtue of the type of housing and the density of housing they live in.
Right. And I just would like to finish off with 100% agree with everything you said. But I think it's advantageous for the city to still do a analysis on our own that, are these these lower density or higher density, more compact units, are they attracting people from Hollister, or are they still attracting more commuters? Because if they're still attracting more commuters, then what, the cumulative impact is still the cumulative impact. The idea is we want to get people off the road. Even an apartment, people still are commuting. That's just the part I wanted to emphasize, and that's all.
Thank you for that.
I have a couple of questions from the public comments that we received that were not. If you can't answer now, let me know, but I just want to point them out. So a couple things that were glaring were that there was somebody who mentioned that 100% of commercial projects could be approved, but that they would have to be required to include residential units or housing. Is that accurate?
It is accurate that in all but one of the mixed-use designations that the general plan requires both housing and commercial uses. So there is the North Gateway commercial, which allows residential and does not require it, but the other mixed-use designations, the general mixed-use, the downtown mixed-use, and the West Gateway mixed-use, they do require the residential component. And the policy reason for that is that housing is very important. Affordable housing is very important. Higher densities of housing are very important. And the development community here has had a predilection to build 100% commercial projects, and we're trying to really make mixed-use communities, particularly in the downtown and the West Gateway area. So it is true that even though they're called mixed-use areas, or precisely because they're called mixed-use areas, they would be required to have truly mixes of uses, and it wouldn't meet the spirit of those regulations if they ended up being 100% commercial.
So I think that's something for us to discuss, considering that we do, I think here in the city of Hollister, we do want to encourage business, commercial. We have a lot of housing, probably too much for us to handle. So requiring that seems really hard and fast, in my opinion. And then another, can you also speak to, so there was another public comment that came in, and I want to say this so that for everyone's knowledge, and it came from San Benito High School District, now Hollister School District, or not Hollister, Hollister High School. And so this was about the building of a second high school, and providing support for, I'm summarizing. It was a lengthy, very well-written letter, but I think the point to this is for our consideration as a city to think about the growth and the need for schools, whether it's a high school or elementary, and some of us served on, school boards, and there has been an issue with the developments here not partnering with the city and the county to build schools. So if there's a way, I don't know, to speak to that, to add that, because I think that is a piece. We want people to come, like to your point, we want people to come and live here and those that are here, but we're busting at the seams in our schools.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think we need to be thoughtful in that way. I don't know if there's an
Well,
element.
I can just respond by saying that the letter does also say that the school district supports the general plan as written, and it actually points out a series of policies that are included in the draft general plan that do exactly what you're saying. State law actually, unfortunately, has preempted cities from doing all they could imagine doing to support the schools. There are limits that the state has placed that the development community asked for 20, 30, 40 years ago. Those limitations are still in place, but this general plan does as much as legally possible to support the school district when the city approves development. And I think the school district's letter reflects that and congratulates you on putting those policies into the plan.
And they ask for further support. Right, yeah. And then can you talk about, explain, so I'm fairly new to the Planning Commission, so I'm trying to understand the designation from high density residential to medium density residential. And because there's concerns from someone from the public about their parcels proposed to be designated high density under the draft Hollister general plan, and they're looking at potentially recommending to revise it to medium. Can you speak to what the difference between what would be the impact there?
Well, I think the in my mind, and Eva might want to add more, but I think the simplest way to think about it is that the high density designation will probably primarily be townhouses and apartments. The medium density will be lower rise, zero lot lines, and small lot single family homes. And there are some property owners and developers in the community who prefer to build those small lot single family and the very dense single family homes, the zero lot lines, and they are somewhat concerned about apartments and townhouses. So because of that, you have some of these comments coming in. I just want to let you know that what the council directed us to do was to go back to the draft number 1 general plan and to not change land use designations that were already in that draft number 1. And that's what we've done here.
So this is at the request of our city council.
Exactly.
Yeah,
to
yes,
general plan
all of
number
the
one.
all of the land use designations, with the exception, and I can talk to it because I apologize, it wasn't in the presentation, but we did touch on it in the staff report. Staff has made 2 corrections and 1 proposal to put airport support around our airport on all sides, which was not in the January draft. But otherwise, all the land use designations are exactly as they were in the 2023 plan, which was our directive from council last April.
Thanks for explaining. So even if we were to contemplate talking about this was already a directive from city council.
Exactly.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if I may, the mixed use was only applicable for the mixed use. I'm not sure if you recall, we did have this conversation about wanting those mixed uses.
Yeah.
It's not going to be for every parcel, just those, yeah.
Yeah, I remember. I just
Okay.
want to make sure, we speak to what
Of course.
what people call it.
And,
Thank
and
you.
I do want to say, and Eva might want to add to this also, what we've talked about at the staff and consultant level is that we know that there are property owners who didn't particularly like what was in that draft number 1. Because of that council direction, we felt that it was more appropriate to get this done, get it adopted, and if an individual property owner would like to see a change, they can come in and ask for a general plan amendment in the future, and it can be studied on its own merits, rather than slowing down this process to look at what could be 10 or 15 or 20 individual requests and could add literally a year to this process. And I know the council really does not want that at this
So
point.
they could come back and request their own
Their own amendment at any
okay.
time, yes.
And then one last, if it's okay, there was, is it also true that if someone has an application already in process, and there's an impact with this general plan that they will now have to either
I can speak to that. Yes. So it depends on the status of the application. It depends on the type of application. So as we've talked many a time, as we'll hear in the housing element, housing projects in particular have certain rights. There's also vested times. But from a incomplete application perspective, that's going to be your most potentially affected type of application. We have a handful, and I will speak to them later as well. But incomplete applications at the time that the general plan becomes effective, which will be 30 days after its adoption by the council, could potentially be affected depending on their status and have to comply with this general plan, with the housing element, the ordinances, et cetera.
Thank you for explaining.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just had some further thoughts that I would love to get addressed on this climate action plan, because I know, we're talking about commuting and the issues with ultimately increase in carbon emissions, right? Technically speaking, the biggest bottleneck is Highway 25 coming into our community. And I know that the state of California just passed, a few years back, the VMT laws, which ultimately has a whole measurement to make it basically more expensive for any infrastructure, any basically project that has a negative environmental impact. So that increases, and you could actually make the argument that VMT on top of other climate laws will literally make it more expensive for anybody to live in a home because of the cost, the layered cost of climate reduction, ultimately requirements. So aside from that, but when it comes to 25, that VMT law literally shifted the cost of what was once considered $25 million project, the Highway 25, to now, from what I'm hearing, reading articles, the Board of Supervisors mentioning closer to 80 million, which takes us out of budget, right? So we really don't have all the money to be able to actually get that done. Granted, it's still moving forward because there is money there. Regardless of that fact, that's why I feel like these need to be more thorough conversations, because ultimately the very thing that's proposing to reduce carbon emissions is actually increasing carbon emissions. That VMT law specifically, I would argue, negatively impacts rural communities. It actually literally makes us the bane of the existence of California. If you live in rural America, you're going to be punished for living there, because you guys have, ultimately, if you live here, you're going to be traveling to work, right? But 60% of our workforce literally travels out of town for their jobs, so for their livelihoods. And that's why I struggle with ultimately these climate action plans that are supposed to have a positive impact, but in reality are actually having a very negative impact for rural America, I would argue.
I have a question about the variables that go into the general plan usage designations. The ratios are shown here in the table, the general plan. How are those calculated? Like, how do you determine the 30 units, which is the most contested item here, probably 30 units for a mixed use development? Like, how did that come about?
I can speak to that. Yes, so the 30 units per acre as a minimum for our high density and for our mixed use came from a change that happened with the census. When we first kicked off the general plan in 2020, the population, so the city of Hollister is a part by the federal census of the Santa Clara, Sunnyvale, San Jose metropolitan area. San Benito County and the city of Hollister, we are lumped into their metropolitan area as a census data point. So we're not considered a rural county. We're not considered a rural jurisdiction. We're actually a part of that metropolitan area, which into California law, when you're calculating the minimum density requirements for your housing element, because we're in a metropolitan area, it has a different calculation, and the minimum is either 20 or 30. And the way that that distinction is divided is based on the metropolitan area population. And right now, that population is hovering about 30,000 below 2 million, but 2 million is the trigger point. And when we kicked off the general plan and started doing the data analysis and running the numbers, and then also started getting our RENA draft numbers from COG and the state, in order to meet our housing, we were over 2 million in Santa Clara County. The 2020 census data did drop us below 2 million when it came out in the end of 2022. So technically the minimum right now is 20, but every year the American Community Survey data, which is an annual census survey, we are creeping closer and closer to that 2 million point. And as soon as we tip over that, the minimum goes back up again to 30. And so it was staff's recommendation to the council originally when this first was happening to change our high densities to accommodate that 30 minimum so that we would not have to redraft our housing element if the census data changed. We would not have to redraft our general plan. And we do still have medium density and low density as an option for that middle and lower density housing. But where we're seeing a lot of the contestant is that most of our vacant available parcels in town, our redevelopable parcels in town, have that mixed use designation currently or have that high density designation currently. And so there's not a lot of mixed medium density land available in the city limits right now. So it is a change to the existing use as a concept, but it's not, we can't lower the density. We can't down zone because of housing element concerns. We would have to, if we down zone all our mixed use that's current or all of our high density that's current to medium, we would have to find somewhere else to upzone. So I think what we would see potentially in the future would be looking at medium density in an annexation area, perhaps in the Union Road area, looking at medium or a mix of medium and low and high density and mixed use. But inside the city, there's not a lot of changes to the designation. It's downtown is downtown. We're upping the minimum from 25 to 30 to make sure we're meeting that housing requirement and not going to have a housing problem in the middle of our 6th or 7th cycle and having to come back to this general plan.
So the numbers that we're given, they're based on a metropolitan area need, not just our city need.
Right. Yes. So we're captured in that metropolitan area, and then state law says if you're in a metropolitan area that has over 2 million population, the minimum is 30.
And is there a reason why mixed use projects have the same minimum requirement as those that are not mixed use, just high density or medium density residential?
Yes. So high density residential is we're kind of expanding the medium and high density residential because what we found with the current medium density zoning is only 8 to 12 units an acre, which is very narrow and doesn't accommodate a lot of projects. They're not really, you're not seeing a diverse type of zoning. We're seeing a lot of single family homes in our medium density residential. A lot of the developments you see now, new homes, the small lot homes, those are actually zoned medium currently. Serrato subdivision, Mirabella across the street from the school on Buena Vista Road. They're all medium density. So that's the type of development you're seeing with the current 8 to 12. It's very narrow. So this general plan is proposing to broaden medium, 11 units an acre to 29, which is going to see some of that small lot single family product on the low end, but also you could see more townhome, a little bit higher, maybe some low scale apartments in medium, which is more of what you think when you think of medium type of housing. And then high density at that 30 unit acre, you're going to be seeing apartments is what is intended when you label something high.
Thank you for that. But I'm seeing here, for example, the high density residential has 30 to 65 dwelling units per acre.
Mm-hmm.
But then, for example, the West Gateway commercial mixed use has the same number of minimum units, 30,
Yeah.
but they also have the commercial component to it. So,
Yeah.
like, I'm just thinking, like, they have an additional factor here, which is a commercial use. Is it expected for it to be on the first floor?
Yes,
So that's how they're
typically,
gonna-
so it's not a mandate for a vertical mixed use. It's just where you see it, a ground floor with residential above.
Mhm.
That's certainly allowed. It also could potentially be a project where you have what we call horizontal mixed use, which is where it'd be a separate commercial with some apartments on the other side. So both of those could be accommodated in the mixed use density designation. The densities are coming from, again, just hitting that minimum to make sure that they're okay to look at for housing sites as we go through the whole cycle and the whole life of this general plan. The goal was to make it live as long as possible for the city. But it could be vertical or horizontal mixed use in those mixed use designations. But one of the goals of the general plan as well, we see a new economic development
Yeah, I'm just seeing
element.
that little.
And so it was to to try to require commercial and not have to take away our mixed use designations that were created in 2005 because of meeting housing requirements, not having to change the zoning of all our mixed use sites to a 100% housing site to make sure that we could still get that mixed use, get those commercial opportunities for the city. That was a strong goal of where we were coming with the land use policies, with the housing element policies, was try to preserve as much commercial opportunity in those mixed use areas and trying to get that true mixed use. Otherwise, we would have probably had to change a lot of those to be residential in order to meet state mandates.
I see. So yeah, I just see that it might be like a little difficult to meet both needs, right? Because high density residential only is looking at housing, but then the commercial mixed use, you have the same number of housing requirements, but you still have to plan for the circulation for your commercial property as well. So there's no other way but to go up, kind of like what Mr. Hernandez was saying earlier, but that's the one that I think, like, what would happen if those are reduced, the mixed use commercials, or if there's variances granted, if there's other public benefits, instead of meeting the 30, meet some other number. Like, I see that rezoning is always an option, which is just gonna add time to the projects and so forth. So I'm just wondering, like, are there other options or avenues that applicants have if they wanna do a commercial mixed use development but cannot meet the 30 units, or what other public benefits would be beneficial to the city if they can meet the 30, for example?
Right.
So that's just
yeah.
for food for
For
thought.
us, yeah.
Yeah,
Do you all want me to open public comment, or do you want
Just
to?
one quick final point, point of, I think, consideration. When the census happened, I actually sat on the Board of Supervisors, and we literally went to Gonzales and had a press conference, joint press conference with the Board of Supervisors in Monterey County. And we ultimately made the argument that the fact that they actually took us away from Monterey County, which was actually where we first were established, and segregated us and ultimately put us close to Santa Clara County, we saw the writing on the wall. Ultimately, these new requirements are actually going to create urban designations or urban requirements. And urbanizing rural America just makes no sense to me. But regardless of that fact, that's why I think these density requirements, although they sound good hypothetically, right? And it's no disrespect to planning staff, it's their expertise. Regardless of that, it still doesn't play out, I would argue, necessarily practically speaking. And I'm pretty sure you'll hear it from some of the attendees that, especially when you have a bottleneck at 25. Financially, I don't see how anybody would be wanting to build these high density elements when you have folks that really can't even get to work. And who's going to buy these, right? If you're making a lot more money, you want a single market rate home. But you know, if you're barely making it, it's going to be very hard for you to buy one and ultimately even commute out of town. Like that, I don't feel like it's going to be tenable. It makes zero sense. I mean, just from a business standpoint, right? Which we have to consider that reality, because economic development is a part of the general plan as a requirement.
Madam Chair, if I may, just a quick question. We still have the 6th cycle. We'll have, basically, I think we'll be able to make comments more about housing, land use in other
Yeah,
areas.
there's other
I
sections
think that's
that-
what I
yeah.
wanted to get at. So it's, yeah.
Speed it up.
I'm not trying to say speed it up, but basically, I think it's
Well,
more appropriate
let's
to,
us
yeah.
speed it up.
Yeah.
Not them.
Yeah.
Good.
No,
Okay,
not,
yeah.
us speed it
Yeah,
up. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the presentation, and
welcome.
let's go ahead and open public hearing at 7:02. And staff, do we have any public comments on this item?
Before we go to the speaker cards, I just will note for the record, and it's been mentioned, we have received 5 written public comments on item 6.1. These are made available in the lobby and will be appended to the online agenda as well. But the written comments we received were from Christopher Pito, the San Benito High School District, Victor Gomez, Lee Shahinian, and Alex Sawak, for the record.
Thank you. Do we have public comment?
Yes, we have Chris Brigantino in person.
How many do we have, so to determine 3 minutes or
3 minutes.
3 minutes? Okay, thank you.
If it's like over 30.
Yeah. She was telling me before.
I'm Chris Brigantino, and I'm a property owner within the Union Roads Special Planning Area. I'm concerned that the draft general plan effectively prohibits development in this area for an indefinite period of time. Policy LU 14-1 states that a specific plan must be created prior to approval of any new development projects in the area. As written, this language conditions all development approvals on completion of a future planning document. The general plan update process began in 2020. Property owners have already waited more than 6 years for adoption of this plan, requiring an additional undefined waiting period before any application may even be considered is unreasonable. Critically, the draft provides no timeline, no initiation trigger, no responsible agency, no funding source, and no completion schedule. Without these elements, the requirement functions as a de facto moratorium on development in this area. Indefinite deferral of development rights freezes investments of finances, reduces property values, discourages job-generating uses, undermines orderly market-driven growth, and places a disappropriated burden on a small group of landowners. A general plan is intended to provide certainty and implementable land use direction. It should not postpone all activity pending future studies with no defined schedule or accountability. If additional guidance is desired, the city can address design and infrastructure standards through zoning regulations, development agreements, or project-level review. Requiring completion of a separate specific plan before any application is processed is necessary and counterproductive. I respectfully request that the city revise policy LU 14-1 to allow development consistent with adopted general plan designations to proceed immediately. This is a suggested language. Development within the Union Road Special Planning Area may proceed consistent with adopted general plan land use designations and zoning. Preparation of a specific plan shall not preclude or delay consideration or approval of individual development application. This approach preserves city oversight while restoring predictability, fairness, and the ability for property owners to respectfully invest in their land. Oh, perfect. So this letter was written by Michael Brigantino and sent to you. I'm not sure if you guys have it, but if you'd like, I have a copy for you. Would you like it?
Sure.
Okay. There's 5 copies.
Thank you.
And can I just make one more comment? The gentleman here, he made a comment that if you pass this, that a landowner could come in and make an attempt to make an addendum. To me, I'd like him to let us know how much that's going to cost. It's in how much time that would cost a property owner. I think it would be not even applicable.
Thank you. Thank you. Do we have any more?
Yes, we have several.
Okay.
I'm gonna go to online with Chris Pittle.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
My name is Chris Pito, 1011 Camino Del Mar, San Diego, and I attended the Planning Commission meeting on February 26, 2026, and was involved in a discussion on item 7.1. And our discussion during that study session is relevant to the items that I'll speak on tonight. I submitted a letter to the City of Hollister, included the clerk earlier this week, and I'm requesting the Planning Commission choose option 2 in the list of options and make an amendment in your recommendation to the City Council and not accept the language as presented. I would ask that you please direct staff to make all required changes so APN 052-090-045 is general commercial in all necessary locations within the pertinent documents. The West Gateway requirements for housing density, design, etc. should not apply to APN 052-090-045, and staff should be directed so that the current planning applications, even if amended, will not be required to comply with the West Gateway changes. Additionally, as part of the PlaceWorks presentation tonight, they showed an updated land use map slide showing the current housing density on the project to 20 to 25 units that would increase to 30 to 65. that requires 75 units on a 2.5 acre project, and that's not feasible. Staff further said that didn't have to be vertical, but before you tonight was also an item, LU 8.8, that required 3-story buildings adjacent to the street, and LU 8.1 requires commercial use on a ground floor only. Staff further stated that if the zoning was not changed, we could go through a general plan amendment, which is true, except there's currently a ban on general plan amendments. Then when general plan amendments are allowed, there's only 4 allowed per year. This is a very simple request that would save over $60,000 in having to do a general plan amendment, as the gentleman before me just stated. I think that you've been given some false information tonight. We have a real project that in July, the city manager at the time, was allowed to be commercial only. Then through a series of items in code references, zone changes, we've now been required to add residential to the project. I disagree with the density requirement and have put the city on notice as such, but the simplest and cleanest way to resolve this is to make this a commercial project. The idea of this general plan is to look at hope and theory and what could happen. And what I have is a project with tenants who are financially committed to a development in the town that's going to create job opportunities, economic development, and amenities. And we can't even get an application in. And the reason the council didn't ask for changes is because I can't submit an application and get it to a hearing. So what I'm asking for is the opportunity to do that. There are other items that are in here that will make our life difficult if it's not zoned commercial and if we don't remove the requirements in this west gateway, like the 3-story obligation. It is not feasible. General commercial allows residential, but it doesn't allow commercial and residential or even mixed use. I appreciate your time. I'll speak further on some of the items later. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lee Shahinian, and he's here in person.
Thank you. Good evening, planning commissioners and all in attendance. I emailed the following information to you commissioners actually yesterday, and I think Eva has supplied you with paper copies today in case there was some difficulty with the emailing. My family owns the vacant land in Hollister on San Felipe between Maple and Santa Ana, bordered on 3 sides by Starbucks, McDonald's, and the DMV. Lots of weeds right now. The proposed General Plan 2040 zoning for this land is mixed use. As demonstrated by the following information, the required minimum density of 30 dwelling units per acre does not work for Hollister. In 2022 and early 2023, Republic Urban Properties, working with the city, spent 18 months designing a mixed-use infill development for our land, including live-in commercial, which would keep residents in Hollister. Unfortunately, they were forced to abandon this project after the April 2023 GP 2040 draft changed our zoning from 20 dwelling units to the acre to 30 dwelling units to the acre. Their appeals to the city were ignored, and they walked away from $350,000 in deposits. John Schultz, Vice President of CBRE, represents our property. He has presented it to dozens of developers, and none have been willing to work with 30 dwelling units per acre. They all state that at 30 dwelling units per acre, unit construction costs are much higher, and that there is no market in Hollister for that housing density. In June 2023, Dennis Martin of the Bay Area Building Industry Association reported that densities above 20 dwelling units per acre would not work in Hollister. To be clear, we did not solicit that opinion. Victor Gomez, the former mayor of Hollister, also feels that 30 dwelling units per acre will not work in Hollister. I welcome your questions, comments, and suggestions. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Thank you.
Also in person, we have Carson Clower.
Good evening, Commission, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Carson Clower. I'm with K2 Solutions, and I live in the unincorporated area of San Bernardino County. I am a registered lobbyist with the City of Hollister. I'm here on behalf of Mr. Tim Johnson. Mr. Johnson owns a property that's roughly 3 acres at the southeast corner of Enterprise Road and Union Road. He has an interesting property because 20, 30 years ago, the county came to him and asked him to sell part of his property to provide space for a sewer lift station to accommodate a sewer line that goes directly down Southside Road, so that low-income housing could be built to the south of him. He agreed to do that, and then the units went in. Later on, I believe that the sewer system was set up with the migrant housing complex out there as well, and there's units that are being built maybe 2 years ago that use the same system. In addition to that, there was 2 subdivisions that were built in the county using the same line and pumped sewer directly onto the lift station that is on his old piece of property there. And it's kind of a unique situation because when you combine your land use map with your policy decision, proposed policy decision to not provide out jurisdiction sewer service, you've essentially created an island for Mr. Johnson's property where he cannot develop to the like or density of the properties to the south of him that his property was used to accommodate, to the east of him that have been approved in the county that are on Sunny Slope Water Sewer District service, and the future development directly to the north across the street, the Lico Greco property, which is going to be mixed use, and if built at the densities proposed, it would be multi-story and probably 1,000 units. So he'll have 3 acres there that he cannot develop in the city or in the county at the same densities because your proposed policy will not allow him to get sewer access to a sewer line that's directly in the street in front of his property. And he is not in a position to be included in your sphere, even though in the previous draft he was included. If we were to look at the map, and it might be easier later on if anybody's interested to pull it up, I can show you that really only about 7 or 8 acres in this area was left out of the sphere after the line was moved back up to Enterprise Road. In the first version, he wasn't included. In the second version, he was because the commission at the time and the council thought that it didn't make sense to essentially have a taking of somebody's value of their property in this way. So if anybody's interested, I'd like to have that conversation and kind of show you why it doesn't make sense. You have to really use kind of like a Google Earth view to see what's already built, and then use your proposed land use map to show what could be built. Thank you so much, and I appreciate you listening.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mary Itzia Kron.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I have recovering from a cold, so hope you can hear me. I was looking at the page 23 of the new general plan land use map, and it seems to me that it could be done better. What was really hard, in fact, 2 of my friends were looking at because they live right near these boundaries. The Hollister city limit boundary, you can see what the symbol is in the legend. The existing sphere of influence and the proposed sphere of influence are really hard to read because the boundary lines are overlaid on top of each other, so you can't always tell where it is. So I would suggest that the creators of the maps, you could still have that, but then break it out and show where each of those lines really are, because you can't tell. I mean, when you have 3 lines on top of each other, you can't tell. Like, for example, the proposed sphere of influence. It's a dashed line. You can't tell where it is in many places because it's overlaying another line, which is, I think, the existing sphere of influence. And so I would say that you guys may have difficulty enforcing all this because my 2 friends were like, we live right near there. And they also couldn't tell because you can't see the city streets. It's just, you know, if you look at that map on page 20, and they looked at it quite a bit, they couldn't tell exactly if they were going to be impacted. So I would suggest, it's probably not difficult, just create another couple of maps that break, you can have this combined one, but break it up so people know, you know, how they're impacted. I suggested that they comment, but they said they were too shy to talk. So that's why I came here to help, hopefully help them out. They would like to know if their property is inside the proposed sphere of influence or not. That's what my friend said.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Joe Tanasha.
I make a quick comment, Peter, on that VMT. As of Monday or Tuesday, I was in a meeting, and that thing is changing for the rural county for us, where we're going to be a different VMT, not as high as a metro area. So it's going to give us a lot of money back for Highway 25, or make more funds available. I thought you guys should know that before you talk too much. Okay. I'm in the North Gateway project, and I've met with Eve a couple times. I bought a piece of property with the intentions that when I bought it, I did the research on it, and I could put employee housing on it. I checked with the city, checked with everybody, yes, 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 yes. I bought it. About a year and a half later, I go to the city and want to build employee housing. They say, we'll get back to you. I want to have that meeting. We have to have a preliminary meeting. Get back to me. No, we can't do that because it's only if you have mini storage. Now you guys are going to give the North Gateway, where I am, housing, but at 30 units per acre. Figure it out. There's 43,560 square feet in an acre. If you did a 1,000 square foot house, that's 30 of them level. You can't fit it in. There's impossible. I don't want to put employee housing in like that. This is a brand new one. I think you guys should be able to drop that to 20 at least, even 15, put something decent. Where is the small town rural character that the slide said up on the road? I hope every one of you went and matched the map up with what's on the property and what's in the neighborhood. And I doubt if you did drive around and look at that. But you should. You're going to see some prime ag ground that's zoned for high density. You're going to see infill like on Union Road project that should be done. I submitted a plan for that with commercial and housing. I don't want to build housing. I'm not a developer. I'm a damn farmer. But the community has forced me. That's infill to me. But what'd they do? They kicked it out. They kept my money. They didn't even bother looking at my map. That's not right. I would have made a lot of written comments, and Eve knows this. But I thought you were going to carry forward the comments from the previous 1 and 2, but I guess they didn't. And one thing that's happened, there's a couple things happen. Now VMT is going to change. ADUs were not an issue back in 2021. Now we have them everywhere, and even some places you can put 2 on your property. So there's some issues that are going on that have happened even in the time that this thing's been changing. So things have changed out there, and I don't know if we are doing the right thing or not sometimes, but something needs to be done. Highway 25 is your economic stream, and it's not going to create any jobs, and I've been working with that to try to create jobs and bring that. I'm with a group of farmers who are trying to preserve the farm ground out there, but we're trying to get the highway to come in such an angle to give economic development to the county without affecting the roads. And we're all in favor of fixing the highway, but maybe it's not the right place to bring that much more traffic in at anymore. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Sunny Flores also wanting to speak.
Yeah, hey, good afternoon. Sonny Flores, 815 7th Street. I have a question. Does this general plan allow for 8,364 homes to be built? Is that the total number? No one mentioned the total number.
I can't respond to the comment, but I also don't have that number.
Okay, if I read the right document, it's allowing for 8,364 homes. The state requirements is 4,134. So it's double. It's 100% buffer, if I'm accurate. The state doesn't require that. They recommend 20 to 30%. So if this does get approved, you guys are approving up to 8,364 homes. That's opposite of what the council said they wanted, right? And if that is accurate, it's 614 homes more than the original 2040 plan. So if this gets approved that way, you're adding more homes. Additionally, 30 units for high density is too much. San Benito County is part of the metro area, but it is considered suburban by HCD. So it should stay at 20 if we're trying to keep our rural feel. No, that's about it. I don't think, I mean, I am a local developer, and I can build 30 on an acre. It's gonna go up, and you're gonna have just one tall building with a giant parking lot. That's not what we want in our rural community. Thank you.
Thank you.
I do not have any more comment cards or anybody online.
Thank you. We will go ahead and close the public hearing at 7:25. And now, is there further discussion from the commission on this item? Do you have anything?
That's first off, I understand. Well, actually, I don't understand. I'm not a landowner, but I know that this can be a very tumultuous process. And, inevitably this did start in 2020. And the former city council decided they wanted to expand the sphere of influence. A new city council got elected, says that we don't want to expand the sphere of influence. This is an economic document. It's a plan, but it's an economic document. We did not want to expand the sphere of influence because it opens the gate for more urban sprawl. Now we're bringing it back to where it should have been. I understand that. It's frustrating because I think some people were kind of promised one thing and then it was kind of taken back. That was not the intention. The intention was to control the urban sprawl, the sprawl that we all want to preserve. I think farmland. That is why we are bringing the sphere back. I just wanted to highlight that because I think some people are missing some context. And then I'll have more to say, but I'm gonna.
I just had a question. How many other jurisdictions have updated their plan and included, like a rural area, basically, the 30 per acre?
I don't have that information, Commissioner Hernandez.
I would like, I know sounds like this is fairly new. Not the plan, but ultimately the now implementation of this requirement. And I'm curious what has been kind of the effects of it. I just ballpark, I'm obviously not a developer and I'm not a farmer either, but just based off of my understanding, it didn't seem like it was tenable to have 30 units, especially in a rural community. That's just so weird. So those are basically my questions. So I don't know if we can find out.
That's a request.
Yeah.
I can try and look into it. I think I'm not sure if I'd be able to locate another rural jurisdiction like ours that's also designated as a metropolitan area, but I can look into it.
Well, and ultimately too, because we're now going to have to be tasked with the consequences of it, and I want to understand, ultimately how does this not actually have a negative impact cost-wise for our locals, and what does that mean for urban sprawl, right? Technically we're not sprawling out, right? The Measure 8 kind of, and then ultimately the rescinding of the last sphere of influence brings us tighter. So you're really almost forcing this, moving upwards kind of scenario. And I don't know who's going to raise their hand to say, I'll do it first.
Yeah. Do you have comments?
I have more comments in the housing element, which is the next item.
Okay.
But it also, I don't know if I'm able to take action without the other items.
I was curious about the same. Can you clarify if we have, because I have some concerns, if do we have to approve, not approve, do an action on this, but then what if the others impact?
Yes, so we do have to take action on this item, but the general plan, all of the other items, including the housing element, build off of this general plan. So I think, and I'd be happy to ask hear your questions and answer them to the best of my ability if I think it's something that really is like a housing element policy question that isn't necessarily impacted, I can let you know. But I think that especially land use densities, these types of things are perfectly valid discussions for the general plan. The housing element is built off of this general plan existing as proposed.
Thank you. Did you have a? Okay, so I mean, for consideration, I think the themes here, right? Preserving farmland. We heard from people talking about this requirement of commercial and forced to build residential, which I think it goes to the conversation we're saying. So then someone with a commercial area, now you have to have residential, and we already can't deal with the growth that we have. I don't think that that's good. Listening to the landowners or local business owners, right, in the applications. This also, when we had our joint city council and planning commission meeting, this was a theme that came up about applications and changing the rules of the game and waiting. And we heard fees, and somebody mentioned fees. What's it going to cost to have an amendment? So I think all those questions are still unanswered. And to the person who talked about the maps, thank you for saying that, because I thought the same. And I was, feeling like your neighbors, like, should I ask? Because I don't see street names and I'm not sure, so thank you for saying that. I felt the same, and it's a valid question, right? What streets are those? So I think that would be something that I would want to see. And then to the speaker landowner who was talking about employee housing, wow, something we need. And it wasn't possible. So what are we, I just feel like, what are we doing? How are we not helping each other who have land, who want to do good for our community, and instead of these, high density units? I don't think that's what we want.
Yeah, I mean, my understanding, especially with these climate action plans and the state requirements, they're intentionally broad, so they don't necessarily have it's like they're guideline driven, so they don't actually give specificity to the application. Granted, for obvious reasons, it's too hard, right? Because every community is so different in the way that it's actually going to work itself out. Personally, I feel like there's too many questions.
There's a lot of questions.
And I mean, I definitely have a question with how is it that we can even have a requirement for someone to build something outside of where their interests are, right? If they're ultimately an investor, right, a business owner, and if they're going to invest, why would they say, okay, I'll build what you want me to build, when ultimately that's not their ultimate idea, right? That's not the intention of how. So you might take them out of cost, right? You might take them out of even feasibility. And I know for me, when I was on the board of supervisors, we couldn't require a developer to build a school, right? There's the requirements on the commercial end. I'm trying to understand how this doesn't have a violation. There's not some form of violation by forcing someone to build houses, right? I get it. The state of California is obviously very clear. They want more houses everywhere, but that doesn't necessarily play out. So I think there's too many questions personally, and I would argue I can't support this. I would rather table this for further discussion about the implications of it.
And to add to your point about the business owner, I think that it was in a public comment. There's someone who wants to build, was it a McDonald's, Quick Quack, something, right? And then it's like, but you have to build residential. What? I don't understand.
That's not what they.
That's not what they want to do. So how do we keep attracting business? We're not gonna. So anyways, okay. Anything else? Does anyone have other comments, or do you want to make a motion?
I just want to make an emphasis that, or let me ask staff, if this doesn't get approved by us, city council can still approve it, correct?
That's correct. So tonight, we're looking for the recommendation of the council or of the commission, and we'll take forward your recommendation.
How much time will it delay if we don't agree on this?
If you would like to make a recommendation that the council deny it, that would be, it's not my recommendation to you as staff, but if that is what you would like to recommend to the council, you can do that. It will still be going forward with your recommendation.
Okay. I just want to emphasize that we have state mandates. When I say state mandates, that if, in other words, we have to approve this housing element, or else we start to lose local control. That was the whole thing. I think there's a mix-up between mixed use and commercial. There's commercial and there's mixed use. Mixed use, you have to do both. For commercial, you could just do commercial. I just want to emphasize that I don't think we should be getting held up on the mixed use part.
Well, Commissioner, to be fair, we're already losing local control. Technically speaking, state law forces us to do something outside of the local community's intentions, right? The general plan, which my understanding is the authority of the local community, ultimately the governing body of that community with the constituents in consideration. So we're literally violating their will if by implementing something that is not even tenable. And here's the reality, is because it's so high level, the implications of it mean we deal with the collateral damage of any kind of takings, anything that violates individual property rights, and ultimately forces the project out of their ability to fund it. There's all these negative consequences, and we're going to deal with it, not the state of California.
Right. I understand that, but we had a discussion about the mixed use. We all agreed that these areas should be mixed use, that we want to keep the spirit. Otherwise, we get the problem that we had on what was it? It was the Dollar General. Remember the whole there was the commercial, there was the apartment complex, then there was the Dollar General. That is not the spirit of mixed use. The spirit was kind of this bohemian kind of living downtown. That was the spirit. We all agreed on that, and then now it seems like we're kind of like we're changing. I get it. There's some property owners who are upset. They feel like they're being changed, but we have to be consistent on what we gave staff direction. They came back. Now we're kind of flipping on the mixed use part.
My understanding is the property owner was okay with it. So it was with their willingness to do it, right? And this is the opposite, right? Because this is also broad. It doesn't just apply to one property. It requires it throughout.
It's not every property. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ava. It's just mixed use zone. Whatever's been zoned is mixed use, correct?
That's correct. So
within the city limits is what I mean.
Yeah, yes. So the general plan has policies surrounding a requirement for commercial on mixed use properties, and then recently in October, which came before the council or the commission in September of last year, the council adopted an ordinance which requires both commercial and residential to preserve that spirit of mixed use, but it is applicable to all of our mixed use designations. So under this general plan, it is the downtown mixed use, West Gateway mixed use, which translates into our neighborhood mixed use zoning designation currently. Those are our 3 current mixed use designations, and under this general plan, there's also the North Gateway, although staff, and that's in the staff report later tonight with the zoning ordinance, but for North Gateway, though the council gave us directive that we could propose residential because we were looking for sites for our housing element, we did not have enough sites in the current land use designations we had to allow mixed use in North Gateway, but they were quite hesitant and wanted to preserve commercial, so staff is proposing to. That's kind of new. It never was intended with the same spirit of mixed use, and so that's going to allow mixed use, residential, and commercial. But there are 4 mixed use designations in this general plan. And that is what would require in only those locations.
Right, only for mixed use. This isn't every commercial parcel. This is just
we have general
use.
Commercial as well and commercial office that are 100% commercial, where 100% commercial projects are required. And then we also have all of our residential designations where 100% residential is required.
Okay.
But
Thank
mixed
you for
use
clarifying.
is for where if you were developing something, both are required.
I just don't agree with it being hard and fast, because it's just, this is not like, there's a cost to it, right? So by designating it, you might just completely kill any opportunity for that property to be used, at all. So I personally believe that, as in with other things, there should be an amendment process to allow economic development to be a priority. And you don't know, right? You might by the stroke of a pen be killing all these opportunities, because they're gonna say, well, I can't do it, and that's it.
I think that would be more of appropriate discussion for the land use portion, not the,
General plan.
no, what is, where are we on right now?
We're on 6.1.
No, I
General
know,
plan.
no, it's 6.1.
General plan.
Climate action, we're on the climate action, correct, portion?
No, 6.1 is both the general plan and the climate action plan
Okay.
update. So we are discussing both documents.
Okay.
Do we have a motion on this item?
I'll make a motion to accept the general plan as staff recommendation.
And I make an opposing motion to postpone.
I think we have to hear
Yeah.
the first.
So
or he can-
you can have a second motion, and then the way that they'll be heard is the second motion. If it gets a second, we'll go first. So I
The
think,
second goes first.
yeah, so I think you would need a second on the motion on the floor.
Okay.
And then you could also make another motion, and if it gets a second, and then you would hear them backwards.
Okay. Do we have a second? I can second too, right?
Yes. So, and this would, just to clarify, this would be the second on Commissioner Rodriguez's motion to
Got it.
approve
Thank you. Okay.
first.
No, we do not.
And then Commissioner Hernandez, I believe.
Do we have
Yeah.
a second?
So I make a motion that we table and have further discussion about the implications of this policy change,
Table the whole general plan
the climate action.
and
plan.
climate action. 6.1.
Yeah, I'd like to know better about, I mean, talk to the applicants after, honestly. I think it's a better idea, so we better understand the implications.
Do we have a second? Then if-
Offer some more clarity on what exactly you're
Just, let's proceed with the conversation, but not say yes today.
Can you give staff direction exactly of what you're looking for though?
I want to better understand, because one, there's not enough clarity on the requirement for a commercial project in the mixed-use area to now have to be forced literally to have to build houses, right, or mixed-use homes. The potential liability of that, and, I mean, there's all these other impacts, right, that we just mentioned. I can't remember off the top of my head, but I want to better understand what the implications are. I mean, how is it even going to impact the use of that property? Because those properties are dead already, people own those properties.
Mhm.
What is going to happen? I mean, the fact that you're requiring it when we don't even know what the market's going to actually demand, and it's just an assumption, so this is just a designation that doesn't necessarily have any clarity, but we're gonna require it, that means we're gonna lock it in, there's no more movement after this.
So,
Oh.
really quickly, just
Yes.
if I may, I've been asked to provide some clarification once again about how the item will still proceed to
To the city council, correct.
with your recommendation of whatever motion you come forward with.
Right, regardless.
Yes.
Yeah. I think we understand that.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank
But
you.
I
Well,
appreciate
that's-
that.
yeah, and that's-
So even if we say, for example, we're going to table this, it's still going to go to city council as scheduled. They can decide either whatever they decide.
Exactly,
Okay.
but we want to be very clear to articulate what your motion is.
Okay.
Can it be tabled till the end of the session tonight?
This item?
This item, yeah.
It can.
Oh, that's a good
It
suggestion.
could be tabled to the end of the discussion and
That's a
pulled
good
back.
suggestion, because then,
Yeah.
or could that be the motion?
And
if you're-
and I could add potentially as well if that what we could be doing is forwarding this with the concerns about the mixed use requirement. That could be the motion as well, if
Okay.
that's what you wanted to do, and let the council know that you're recommending revisions to that section, or recommending
Got
a change, or recommending a denial because of that concern, whatever that might be. That could also be something we could
So approval with revisions to ABC.
approval with
Okay.
revisions, or
consideration
denial,
for-
or
okay.
considering changing something. That
Okay.
yes,
And
anything like that.
I respect that, and I appreciate Planning Director Kelly mentioning that. Regardless, the questions I think need to be that one, what are the potential issues or concerns, right, of this designation? And two, really, because there's not, I think, clarity on our end, or at least we're not confident, it really should go to the legislators, the city council or the legislators. We're advisory, right? So we're not the policymakers.
Right.
So all we're doing is saying, we see too much confusion, we
Right.
see potential negative consequences. Let them decide. Let them decide. They're the legislators, not us.
So do we have a motion on the floor that you want to revise, or is there another one?
With potential concerns about issues, we move that the city council consider this item for adoption.
Would you
would-
consider doing, go ahead.
Yeah, I would consider at least tabling to the end of the session. That way we can make more informed
Yes.
recommendations to the city council. Because the
Got
next
it.
item is really related to
Can
this
add
one.
more,
Yeah, so,
That's
and we
fair.
might get more public comment and be
Right.
more informed.
right,
That's fair.
that's good. So to your motion,
Motion to
table until
table
the
this
end of
until the
the,
end of tonight's session.
Sure.
is there a second on that?
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Abstain? Okay, we're all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your patience, everyone. We're not taking it lightly, so 6.2, sixth cycle housing element adoption hearing. May we have the staff report?
Okay, good evening. We'll move on to the second item, which is your review of the city's current draft of the sixth cycle housing element. We have Bryant De La Torre from our consulting firm, Kimley Horn, Ms. Kelly, and you may also have David Early chiming in if needed.
Thank you and good evening. My name is Brian De La Torre with Kimley Horn Associates. So we're the city's housing element consultant. So we kicked this, I'll wait for this, but yeah, we kicked this off in 2023. So it's also a long process similar to the general plan. And we'll see in a bit how they interplay. Yeah, so I'll go into kind of where we're at with the housing element, what the housing element is, and then go into what the implications are for the city. So the housing element is just one section, one element of the general plan, which is the previous item. It's the only section of the general plan that has to be updated on a regular fixed schedule, so it's every 8 years, and it's also the only section that needs to be reviewed and certified by the state to comply with state housing law. The reason for the update is really to stay up to date with housing law. It changes, really feels like weekly, but really it's to set goals, policies, and programs to address the housing need of the city. Housing elements, they're updated again to ensure that we're up to date with state law, and we need to demonstrate that we can sufficiently address the housing need through zone capacity within the city. A huge part of the process is also to engage the community through workshops, various surveys, and public hearings like this. What it means to be certified is really for HCDs, so that the State Department of Housing and Community Development to review this document against all statutes, and they are ultimately the ones that are going to determine is it sufficient and does it sufficiently address state law. The benefits certification is it really allows the city to be eligible for grants, for funding, all various types of funding. Most funding sources require either an adopted housing element or a certified housing element. CDBG is really that biggest one, but also infrastructure funding is a big part of that. Having a certified housing element also closes you to really a lot of the penalties that I'll go into here. the biggest penalty or the biggest consequence of not having a certified housing element is really lack of access to state funding. So if you don't have adopted or certified housing element, you don't even become eligible for a lot of these funding sources. Again, CDBG is that huge one. That's a huge funding source for the city, for many cities across the state, but also infrastructure funding. But there's a variety of funding sources that makes you ineligible if you don't have a certified housing element. The second is not having a certified housing element opens you up to various legal actions. So this can come from private party, HCD, Attorney General. It really leaves you open to a lot of that. And these can result in monetary fines, suspension of local control, or certain projects going directly to HCD or the state to approve. I think the most concerning consequence is the loss of local control. So under builder's remedy, certain qualifying projects can essentially not comply with local zoning or general plan. There's certain requirements that they still need to follow, but generally speaking, they don't have to comply with the existing zoning or general plan land use designations. I think the big takeaway from this is that the housing element doesn't approve projects. It doesn't guarantee development, but failing to do so, does ensure that you lose that local control. The housing element is kind of broken down into 6 core features here. I'm not going to go through all of these since I'm going to go through them in a second. But generally, this is how every section is organized, or every section kind of hits at one of these topics here. So I'm going to refer to the Regional Housing Needs Allocation as RHNA, but really what RHNA is, it's the Regional Housing Needs Allocation, and this is a statewide determination. So this comes from the state, so from HCD, determines what the statewide housing need is. What these totals do is they initiate the housing element process. So it quantifies the need for statewide, also breaks it down by income category for every for the entire state. And these projections, it's a methodology that HCD has, they publish it, but generally speaking, it comes from, the projections come from future growth in population, employment, and households. Those are the real big drivers there. So RHNA, again, it comes from HCD. HCD assigns regional allocations. So this goes to councils of governments. So here it goes to San Benito Council of Government. And then SBCOG establishes their own methodology of how these units are broken down for the cities and the unincorporated county. So that determination, that process determined that the city of Hollister was going to be allocated 4,163 units. And again, this is not a mandate to build these housing units, is to have planned capacity for them. So have zoned capacity to be able to accommodate 4,163 units. This is kind of big picture of how these units are broken down by income category. So you'll see there's 5 income categories from extremely low income all the way to above moderate income, which is almost what we would consider above moderate would be like market rate housing, although some range in the moderate income housing can still be considered market rate housing. The breakdown on the far right side, you'll see are the breakdown per each income category. The second column there, you'll see that's the range of incomes there, and then the income range columns there kind of show what that range looks like for the area median income, so the area encompassing Hollister. And for that income category, area median income, those ranges are for 2025, those income limits. And for the median income, it's 140,200 for a family of 4. So that's just kind of to show. But I think a big thing to note here is that approximately 40% of all households within Hollister fall into those lower income categories. So that kind of shows that these units, approximately 40%. It's like 39.6 or something like that.
Are those the folks that live here and work here?
Correct. Yeah, that's just for city of Hollister. So we'll see if there's a significant jump in allocation from the 5th to the 6th cycle. It's over 3 times, it's almost 3 times as much as the last cycle. This is not, unique to Hollister, just really across the state. There's been a significant increase. For example, not too far from here in the city of Santa Cruz, they 5 times their allocation. So it's really, this increase is driven by the methodology that HCD used to really identify the capacity that wasn't built in past cycles, and they kind of built that into this cycle so that cities have these real aspirational goals to develop that housing that was missed in previous cycles. So again, this project kicked off in April 2023. It kicked off with a series of workshops, study sessions from April 2023 to January 2024. It was just a series of drafts, administrative drafts, outreach that kind of shaped the plan to what it ultimately developed into. But the first draft was a public review draft was published in January 2024. There was a 60-day review period. City received comments. The draft was updated based off of those comments, direction from this body and the city council. And then in March of 2024, the first submittal to HGD was made. So that was in March 2024. From then until February of this year, there's a series of submittals. So it was 3 submittals, a couple interim submittals. So they're kind of like supplements to that original submittal to address kind of some comments that HED had within that period. But in February, so last month, February 13th, the city received a statutory compliance letter. So what that says is that the city complies with all the statutes, but cannot be certified until the rezones are complete, which is, I believe, the next item on the agenda. Similarly to the kickoff for the process was the community engagement also kicked off in April 2023. So there's been 2 workshops. There was a community survey that was available for, I believe, 7 or 8 months. That was an online form. And then there's also social media, like posts on the city's website. All that information was available. There's 2 joint study sessions, so that was with the Planning Commission and the City Council, just so everyone can discuss similar to this without having to wait for the other body to provide a recommendation, so on and so forth. And yeah, so now we have had a public review period for every submittal. There's a required public review period. First one is 60 days, sorry, and every subsequent submittal is 7 days. During every one of those submittals, there is a notification that the city sends out as well. While we're on the community engagement part, I do want to note that there was a request. I believe in the first item, the owner of this property brought this issue up, but there's a request to remove one of the sites along 4th Street in the West Gateway area, and the removal of the site would not create an issue with the buffer. The city intentionally creates or establishes a buffer for situations like this, where maybe a site may not work out or it may be removed for one reason or another. So the removal of the site doesn't cause the city to go under its RENA obligation for any income category. But the removal of this site, again, it's a policy decision for the city council. Just wanted to make you aware of it. The housing element really has 2 chapters. Just the intro, which generally sets the stage for what the housing element is. But then the real teeth of the plan is chapter 2, which is the housing plan. So this go into a little bit of detail here in a bit. But the rest of the sections are appendices that are added. Affirmatively furthering fair housing, which is a mouthful. I'll just keep saying AFFH, so I don't have to keep having tongue twisters. But this is a relatively, not a new concept, but a new state requirement in this 6th cycle. So what AFFH, really what it means for the city, for all cities, all jurisdictions in California, it means that through the housing element, you need to address any disparities in housing needs and access to opportunity. So what this means is you should break any concentration or segregation of you don't want all low-income housing in one area. You don't want all market rate housing in one area of the city. You really want it all integrated. That really makes for a truly integrated community. And the city, through this plan, addresses and affirmatively furthers fair housing through its policies and actions. The policy plan, this is where we establish the policies, programs, and objectives to meet the housing needs. So there's 5 overarching goals within the housing element, and each one of those programs and actions fall into addressing one of these goals. The policy plan, it takes into consideration the feedback that was received throughout the whole process, feedback from Planning Commission and City Council, and also is meant to comply with all local, state, and federal laws. So a lot of the actions you'll see within the housing element are just actions to update, say, zoning code to get up to date with state housing law. So it may not currently be in, the zoning code may not currently be in compliance with state law, but the actions commit to updating that. The goals and the policies within the policy plan address fair housing goals, housing opportunity for all income categories, affordable housing access, transitional supportive housing, and housing for special needs groups. So special needs groups really vary. There's I believe 6 different special needs groups that are addressed within the plan, but special needs groups really vary. So how these programs do, what they really do is, again, reflect the community input, the feedback from you all and from the City Council, and they address the analysis that's completed within the housing element. The housing element addresses any constraints, any gaps maybe within the existing plan. It also identifies any resources for both financial and land resources. It also identifies, mitigating factors for some of these constraints. The housing elements have specific actions. We'll go into an example in a bit. But they also include a time frame and a funding source, and then who is responsible for implementing the actions. So here we'll see this is a real program from the housing element. So this is related to reasonable accommodations. What reasonable accommodations is, it's really for any persons with disabilities asking for a deviation from what the zoning code allows so that they can live comfortably in their home. Think like ramps, maybe like a lift so that they can get into their home. So the zoning code may not allow it or may not explicitly call it out, but through the various federal and state acts, cities and jurisdictions must allow this. So this action specifically, what the action is just to make sure that it's compliant. So every so often, review state laws to ensure that it's compliant. And also it includes an action to identify, any resources for persons with disabilities so that they can help them achieve these reasonable accommodations. So every action has a geographic target. Sometimes it's identified, sometimes it's high resource areas, high income areas, stuff like that. Because reasonable accommodations is open to everybody with a disability, it's citywide. That time frame is an adoption by, an amendment to reasonable accommodation procedures by June 2026, which is right around the corner. And that responsible agency for carrying this out would be the Planning Division, and that funding source for this action would be general fund. For other actions, it may be CDBG or other funding sources. So now we go on to site selection. I think this is a part that was already kind of hit on the previous item. I think it's more appropriate to discuss for this item. But again, reiterate, the city's not required to develop housing. Cities don't have redevelopment agencies anymore, so you can't build housing. But you are required to identify enough capacity, so zone enough capacity for the housing need. So within the 6th cycle, we went into the 6th cycle acknowledging that and also acknowledging that housing should be integrated with existing resources, services. We don't kind of want housing just isolated, especially if it's going to be that low to middle income where maybe people don't have access to a car or readily have access to a car, maybe sharing or taking public transport. So we made sure that to the best of our ability that sites are identified close to community sources, services, public transport, and have either existing or potential access to utilities. Again, there's the act of affirmatively furthering fair housing, which also guided the site selection process. early in the analysis of the existing zoning, we determined that the city doesn't have enough zoning capacity to identify enough sites to meet the RENA. So if we were to identify, the exact same sites we have now with the existing zoning, we wouldn't be able to meet our RENA. So that's kind of where that rezoning effort kind of came into the picture. But again, it's also was meant to be consistent with the general plan, so the proposed general plan. So what state law requires is that all housing, all general plan elements are internally consistent. Same with the zoning code. So we with coordination with the general plan team, identified that these parcels would be rezoned consistent with the proposed general plan land uses. The sites were also considered based off parcel size and characteristics, vacancies, access to resources, community input, and then input we also received from commission and city council. This is really the big picture. There's a lot going on here. I think things I want to point out are our existing capacity. This is capacity that we identify on existing residentially and mixed-use zone parcels, but also pipeline projects. So this includes projects that were already approved, entitled, but permits haven't been pulled out. So we can take advantage of those projects. Pipeline projects also considers projects that have active, complete applications, but are going through the process and may be approved. Being included as a pipeline project doesn't approve those applications. It just acknowledges that they're in the pipeline and may be approved at some time within the planning period. Then we have the rezone strategies. That's where you'll see a bulk of the sites identified. But I want to show that the total development capacity is 8,364 units. And that's including all of the strategies, so existing capacity and the rezone strategy. That gives us a healthy surplus of units, so that in case one more, a dozen of these sites don't actually develop the way is anticipated, you still have a buffer in place so that you don't have to go back and update the housing element every time you come into that that situation where you might have a negative amount of units where you're not making your RENA. And that's considered no net loss. Here, I'm going to kind of fly by through these, but we can, during discussion, if we want to zoom in on these, we can go into them. But here, we're looking at pipeline projects. So these are projects that were either already approved and entitled, but haven't had all the permits pulled, or projects that were currently under review. Here are the downtown mixed-use areas. So you'll see they're kind of all generally around the downtown area. These parcels are proposed to be rezoned from 30 to 125 dwelling units per acre. So at the end of the street, there's there's a renovation of the building where now there's 12 units above the commercial. That project, I believe, is 144 dwelling units per acre.
It's yes. So the 500 San Benito going above. Forgive me if I don't think it's Cosmos anymore, but the old Hollister house, 12 units, that is developed at 125 dwelling units an acre. So that type of project in our downtown is what this general plan and housing element support. And the 400 block is about 98 units an acre. So that kind of 3-4 story mixed use project is what is supported in the downtown.
Yeah, so these totals, they look huge, but when we look at real projects, that's kind of what it can look like. And it's not regulated to just look like that. It can really, it can be its own project, but those are just examples. But through this rezone strategy, we projected a net, unit allocation of 755 units. Now we have the high residential rezones. So these parcels are projected to net 2,266 units. The mixed-use rezones, this is 1,182 units. The West Gateway rezone area is 871 units, and then the North Gateway area is 969 units. So now we get to next steps. So on February 12th of this year, so last month, we got the statutory compliance letter. So that's HED saying your housing element as is complies with all the statutes, but we can't certify you until all the proposed rezones are complete. So once the housing element is adopted, rezones are complete, we can resubmit or submit the final package of all these actions to HGD, and they have 60 days to review that and provide their response, which, if adopted as proposed, would be a certification letter. So we're here on the 26th of March. The next item, or the public hearing for the City Council, will be on April 20th. And once a decision is made, whatever that is, a submittal packet, final submittal package will be sent to HDD, and they have 60 days. But I do want to note that that's not the end of the road. There's still implementation of the actions within the housing element. So every housing element action has its own implementation schedule within the housing element. So that's within this cycle. With that, the recommendation, I'll pass back to Ava.
Yes, so thank you, Brian. And our recommendation tonight is to adopt a resolution recommending approval of this and adoption of the housing element to the City Council.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the commission? Nope. We can now open the public hearing at 8:09. Staff, do we have public comments on this item?
I will just note again for the record, these are the same comment letters, but two of the letters that we received for the general plan also address the housing element. So for the record, written comment was received from Christopher Pito as well as San Benito High School District.
Thank you.
Yes, we have a speaker online, Chris Pito.
Good evening. My name is Chris Pito, 1011 Camino Del Mar, San Diego. As shown in the staff report, there was a request that we remove RZ-W-8, which is APN 052-090-045 from the 6th cycle housing element in its entirety. As staff noted, we've had multiple conversations. By removing this property from the 6th cycle housing element, there's enough buffer in place that it will not cause any delays, penalties, or otherwise. We recommend that we request that removing this be added to the staff report or to the item that's going to be voted on this evening, with the recommendation going to the City Council. This will tie into the other requests that we've made. And as the next step slide noted, part of what they're doing is the rezone, making sure that everything is compliant. And this is in line with the tabled item 1 and our request to rezone that general commercial, which would allow the proposed project to proceed. That's it for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have more?
Yes, we have more. 1 moment. Our next speaker is Carson Clower.
Hi again, Carson Clower, registered lobbyist with the City of Hollister. Not speaking on anybody's behalf, wasn't planning on speaking on this item, but we're here, so we might as well really talk about what's happening here. It's going to be a weird comment because I think you should adopt it. But the whole thing is a charade because you're being forced to comply with the state's rules, and roughly 8 or 10 years of housing policy means that you don't have enough sites to actually plan for the units that your community needs. I think we need to be able to hold two truths in our mind at the same time. One is you have infrastructure problems, specifically the roads. The second is you have a housing affordability crisis. It's been like that for probably 50 years. And any housing affordability crisis stems from a lack of supply. We all had to take economics in high school. If you don't have enough houses, they get more expensive. RENA, the N in RENA is needs. Your community needs more units. This plan is not going to give them the units that they need. The city doesn't build. The city plans for hypothetical units. People don't live in hypothetical units. So if your plan does not actually allow for the units to be built, it's not worth the paper that it's written on. This has been going on for a long time. I don't blame staff. I don't blame the consultants. I don't even blame you guys. But this is the actual situation that It's a paper unit of 8,000 potential units, but you've zoned it in a way that it cannot feasibly be built. The community does not want that type of project. It's very unlikely that it will be built. I believe you have a draft policy in here that says that if you don't get the units, you have to look for more sites. This is kind of my first warning. You're going to have to come back and look for more sites because you are not going to see the numbers of the units that your community needs. You got to look at it holistically. I'm not going to tell you exactly how to do it, but this is not it. I did a search for somebody for a rental unit. The smallest, least desirable units are $2,000 a month. A normal house is $3,500 a month. If you want to buy a market rate house, it's $5,000 to $6,000 for your mortgage per month. That is a supply problem. It's not the only problem with it, but it's a supply problem. Just as an example, the slide said 755 potential units in the downtown mixed-use area. I would be very surprised if you have 100 now, and that's after 150 years of planning and construction. Probably not 100 units in downtown. I probably don't need to go into specifics on this, but a lot of those sites most likely are not cleared for Alquist Priolo. So those sites are not going to be built on because somebody would have to spend $100,000 to find out that they can't build on them. The other part is that are all of those sites in the downtown parking district? If they're not, you have to plan for the parking involved with that. So there's a lot of problems here, and adopt it, but it's not going to solve your problems. Thank you.
Sorry, some technical difficulties.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, apologies. Our next speaker is Lee Shahinian.
Hi again. I would agree with what was just said about numbers on paper are not going to build houses. I think the developer that spoke earlier and all the developers that we've spoken to, they will not build 30 units per acre in Hollister. The Republic Urban Properties project, which was going to put about 90 units on the 4.5 acres there with some commercial, live-in commercial too, to keep people in Hollister. Those were all going to be rental. And it was an economically integrated project like we're talking about the need for here. If you go to 30 units per acre, that's when it was 20 units per acre. Now you go to 30, the costs go up per unit. You have to have underground parking. You have to have higher elevation of the more stories. Different construction project completely, and so it starts as rental units. It starts not to fit the Hollister. It does not fit the Hollister rental market. So that's the reality. These are numbers on paper, and I think there's the calculations I look at. You can make the state happy enough without having to have artificial numbers on paper. But that's what the 30 units per acre. It doesn't work in Hollister, and that's not my opinion. That's the opinion of every developer we talk to. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Chris Brigantino.
Hi, so I just would like to reiterate that regarding the Union Road Special Planning Area, that this be part of your, what you're going to vote on today is a revision of that LU 14-1 and adopt something that's consistent with the general plan designation. And in the letter that I gave you, it has the language which we're offering as some help, and I'm just going to reiterate it real quick. Development within the Union Road Special Planning Area may proceed consistent with adopted general plan land use designations and zoning. Preparation of a specific plan shall not preclude or delay consideration or approval of individual development application. And I really feel that this would solve a lot of future problems with this, with how it's written now. Thank you.
I also have a card for Joe Tanasha, if he wants to speak.
Boy, you guys, it's your lucky day. This is like lining up a pair of ducks and just keep shooting all day. Can talk on every one. I was just curious, a couple questions maybe that you can ask when you guys go back to discussion. Is, on the housing element, does the property have to be in the city limits, or you include property, I assume, in the sphere of influence too, or can be? And I say this because the gentleman just spoke ahead of me about the Union Road area. Probably should have been put in this housing element for these housing units that you're looking for, and not some of the other stuff that's on better ground and not surrounded by housing. Again, you guys need to get a map out, drive around, and look at what these things are. And it doesn't matter if it's this thing or anything else that happens in life in the city. And I would hope that you would go to your city council person that you're representing in your district and tell them about what happened here tonight. I have to say one thing about the slideshow. On one of the slides it says, assumes 20 units per acre for low income. But you guys want in the general plan put 30? You know? So, and this is a paper deal. You got to do it to get the state money. But you got a problem. This is an indirect way, and I'm going to go on Carson's comment, a way of controlling growth. So the no growth is controlling growth by doing this. But let's just hypothetically say the world changes. And all of a sudden, you got a housing element that allows them to build 8,000 units. Yeah, we got a buffer, baby. But what happens if somebody comes in here with enough money and says, hey, I want. What's to stop them? The state's not going to stop them. It's better be careful what you ask for. That is a hellacious number. The people that are trying to do this might be kicking themselves in their own, you know what area. And you don't need a bigger sphere of influence to do what we need to do. That I will say. The sphere of influence on the general plan is perfectly fine to do the 4,000 units. It's just how it's being done. There's the question. Just for paper, you better be careful what you do just for paper. Thank you.
Thank you.
We don't have any more speakers.
Thank you. We will close the public hearing at 8:21. Any other discussion from the commission?
Was there any quantitative analysis of how we did in the last housing cycle? Like all I saw in the report was a qualitative review.
I can get those numbers for you. We definitively exceeded our market rate. I want to say we built about 2,200 market rate units. Don't quote me on the numbers. Over and about, our RENA was 1,308 total, and the market rate was only a portion of that. But we did not meet any of our affordability requirements at all in the fifth cycle. I could also answer the question, if the commission pleases, on does the property have to be in the city limits? Yes. it does. So we cannot look into the county. We cannot look into the general plan sphere, the land uses proposed in the general plan. That is part of why it was a challenge to find sites, because we are required to have sites in the city limits currently. You can't use a potential annexation. It has to be in the current city limits.
Thank you. That was, so within the city. Other questions from?
I have a question. It's my understanding that the county was also struggling with the housing element. Is that correct?
They're not gonna meet their goals.
They're not going to meet, yeah. It's also my understanding, I think one of the speakers said this, it's very clear that we're going to meet our market rate, possibly our market rate goals, correct?
I would say that
Yeah.
that's certainly reasonable, yeah.
So in my understanding is we're going to meet the market rate, but we've never, I don't think, ever hit the affordable housing rate, like the super low, the low, and I think that just comes to the point, like the market's not going to, the market will not produce affordable housing. That's just historically. Is that, would you agree? I don't know if that's, where has that occurred?
Definitely more difficult, yeah. Like naturally occurring affordable housing is more difficult.
Okay.
I mean, that's technically why they have even programs just to try to subsidize.
Exactly.
Okay. I just want to contextualize this for the crowd, that someone said that this plan is to kind of thwart housing. And there were a lot of people who did not want agricultural land, us building, sprawling out, Rancho Santana, not to pick on anyone, that's a perfect example of a parcel that probably should not have been built. We was outside of city limits. It was a massive project. I mean, I don't want to pick on any more particular projects, but that is the goal of this housing element. It was to say, look, we don't want more single family development. We want to bring things, we want a higher density. Trust me, 8,000 units were to come in tomorrow, I wouldn't want that either. I don't think people want this either. I think realistically, it's like someone said, it's not going to be built.
Is there
But
a question?
I'm sorry, that's just a statement and I'm done. What I'm saying is the goal of this, I think, is just that, is to stop the urban sprawl. And I think it achieves that goal. Whether the units get built, that's up to the market, I guess.
But I think to add to what you're saying, and I didn't mean to.
No,
I'm
no,
just,
please,
I was
yeah.
trying to clarify, but to add to what you were saying, I think that also in the numbers that were shown, there were less for low income, right, versus the higher income.
Yeah, and I did receive a question about that, and it's an important question. So when we identify sites, you can't select one site to be 100% affordable. Although we did do that with 2 sites because there was intent. I believe Chispa owns that site.
Yes. Yeah.
So they have an intent to develop at 100% affordable, but we can't do that for a random, not a random parcel, but like a parcel identified. So you have to have essentially a ratio. So for most rezone areas, that ratio is 20% is accommodated for lower income, and then the rest, the other 80% for the other income categories. So naturally, you're only going to have 20% of every site is going to be lower income. So that's why you see the buffer is lower for lower income, and as you get higher in the income categories, because it's more realistic for those income categories to be developed, those buffers are going to be higher.
But it plays into what we're talking about, right? It's what they were talking about, the numbers game, and it doesn't help the people that are living here, and you can't afford it. It doesn't help us, to say, well, it's not your fault. I think it's not anyone's fault. Everyone's got a mandate, right? And we have a responsibility to do this, but it is true what the comments that they were saying. We're like, I think it's got to start with Sacramento or because it's unrealistic, but thank you. Is there a motion?
Still, I think 37% of the planned units are low income, right?
it's on the slide. I don't remember off the top of my head.
40% of families are.
Oh,
considered
correct.
low-income.
Yeah, 40% of
But the
households.
distribution of the allocations is about 37%, so it's almost 1-to-1,
It's
based on the
1-to-1.
need and how many units are planned for that population. The only way to really switch it is to prioritize it. And my concern is, I'm not against mixed-use development. It's just the commercial, because we need economic development and we also need affordable housing. And trying to do both in one seems like we're gonna lose the project entirely. So, and looking at the overages that, have been allocated, even if all these projects who are having issues right now were to drop, there would still be an overage, right? But it would come at a cost, processing for the city. And I'm just thinking like, they're always, if they get rezoned, all this was for nothing. So I don't know. I just feel like the 30 units is an issue, right? But it's really a drop in the bucket of the need. It's, it's not going to do much. So I don't know, holding this up for that. If there is resolution, again, at a cost, but there's resolution for those projects. Because what's the criteria to rezone something? As long as you don't dip below the requirement, or how would you process someone that wants to rezone a mixed-use development?
Amendment?
Yes, so there is a process to amend the general plan, amend the zoning map, do both, annex a project. So individually, any property owner could come to the council first, and then ultimately the planning
So there's
commission
no
and council.
requirements if it would be approved or not approved for rezoning?
No, so a project that is not discretionary, if you will, like we see site and architectural reviews come before you. What we're reviewing is for consistency with the general plan and the code as they are. But a project proponent could also propose, I'd like to propose this project to you, city, and it requires you to amend your general plan, give me a different zoning, and that is an application that we can process, and that is something that could be approved if the city wants to make that policy document change to support that project.
And are we limited to 4 per year or per cycle?
You're limited to 4 general plan amendments per year, but the city could, if we got a lot of applications at once, we could bring them forward and then group them, so 5 could become 1 general plan amendment project.
So there is a path, but further delay the projects. I guess that's my
Right.
point.
And we could even, I think, to
Thank
what
you.
you said before, we could approve with consideration for like the 30 or the offering opportunities for amendments or, help me with the language, but yeah.
I mean,
You know what we mean.
Yes, so definitely, the planning commission could make a recommendation to the council that is to approve this with a change, or to approve it, but we have concerns about this for you to consider, but maybe, it's a complicated issue, and maybe we don't have the exact right answer, and maybe it's something to consider in the future after an approval, or we can definitely bring forward as staff and through your motion what it is that you would like to portray to the council about your feedback on these documents. That's your recommendation.
This is just advisory
Right,
either way.
right, either way.
But, I think we gotta realize that the people that are gonna be investing in these developments are gonna be ultimately looking at their bottom line. And that's why, I remember a whole discussion on even 5% becoming an issue, or 5 to 10%, I think it was. They wanted to move it up to 10% requirement of low income, right, based off of the project size or whatever. And ultimately, it's like, if you do that, I'm not investing, right? It's like, that's too much. There's a reason why low income gets put at the back of the line.
Right.
So my point is one, I think commercial needs to be left alone. I think, one, you send a message, I firmly believe, to those that are gonna invest in the infrastructure, cause you're only gonna get one-time impact fees off these projects. And you're not gonna send any positive message to the, business community that, you were open for business. But two, if you guys want to adopt this, I really do believe there should be some kind of a process. And no offense to staff, but I think it's gotta have a little bit more of the public vetting, the city council having more engagement in the process, or us, however it works out, but where there's a little bit more of a check and balance from the public standpoint. Right now, if it just goes through an administrative, just like that one element, it was the climate action, conversation having to do with being an only administrative procedure, that means we're completely out of the picture. So if things fall apart, we don't know. That's part of the reason why, separate point, but it relates to this. I had made a recommendation that technically there should be a shorter time frame for any kind of project to have an appeal process and not be triggered by just a denial. It should actually be more where the applicant has a right to say, let me present my case to the planning commission, give you some real-time evidence of why this is a bad idea or whatever, giving us an opportunity to at least vet it at the beginning of the project versus 2-year delay. Before you know it, they're long gone, right? They don't even care about it. And we're struggling as a community to address our infrastructure issues.
Thank you. Do we have a motion? And
One more question,
Yeah.
actually. Is there a minimum overage that we have to have in the plan?
So in state law, there's no specific, it doesn't speak to what that specific need would be, like overage. But there is SB, off the top of my head, I can't remember right now, but it's a no net loss law. So essentially, if one or more of your sites were to put you in the negative for your RENA, you have 180 days to come back and add new sites. So it essentially means you'd have to amend your housing element again. So that's why you create that buffer. General guidance that we've received from HCD is usually about 30%, but it really depends from jurisdiction to jurisdiction.
Okay, thank you.
I also
And
have-
one more dumb question. The overages from the 5th cycle, were they considered in calculating the 6th cycle? Arch
No,
numbers?
generally not, no.
There's no dumb questions.
Thank you.
I had one more, just clarification from the public speaker. They talked about APN 052090045. If that was identified to be removed.
Yes, so this is the site at the southwest corner of 4th Street in Reykjavik. It's the same speaker who
Okay.
we've been speaking about. We got a letter. Their request is to remove the site. So that's ultimately a policy decision, but the Planning Commission could recommend to the council to consider that.
add that.
And we've done the numbers, and the applicant's team has also submitted numbers, that it's within the buffer. So it could be removed, and then that would support a potential rezone project submitted by them that would not require us to further amend the housing element.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. Okay, is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to accept the, sorry, let me pull it up. 6.2 6-cycle housing element. Did you guys hear that?
To approve?
I'll make a motion to approve the 6-cycle housing element, item 6.2.
Is there any, is there a second?
I think you were good.
Yeah, but I think I have to ask for a second before
Go ahead, Carla.
Okay, no. No, looks like you don't have a second. So is there another motion?
Motion to adopt the housing element, 6.2, with recommendations. Is that the right language?
With revisions?
With a revision, and then
revisions.
what are the revisions?
I would like to, if I can,
Yeah, go for
this one, to remove APN 052-090-045.
Would you accept that friendly amendment, Commissioner Perez?
Yes.
Gotcha.
And I'll second Commissioner Perez's motion.
And then, do we want to add anything about the commercial? Is this appropriate because it's housing?
This
I
is
would.
just housing,
This is just
yeah.
housing. Okay. And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Abstain? Okay, we're good. Move on to 6.3, zoning ordinance 2026-2 to repeal and replace a zoning map consistent with the 2040 general plan.
Good evening. Ms. Kelly will once again lead you through an outline of what is to be repealed and replaced. This zoning map is relevant to the general plan, which you've moved to the end, but we feel that you can still consider it at this particular part.
Yes, thank you. I'll take the podium here for the next couple of items. So, yes, item 6.3 is the first of several ordinances related to rezoning and amending our zoning ordinance and our zoning map to be consistent with the proposed 2040 general plan. The reason that we've brought these forward all together is due to the timelines of our housing element and a need to get certification as soon as possible. And part of that certification is to do the rezones, which is both this item, which is our zoning map amendment, and also textual rezones to our ordinances to make sure that those sites accommodate the housing as needed. So this is zoning ordinance amendment 2026-2, which is specifically related to the repeal and replacement of the official zoning map of the city of Hollister. As mentioned, we have prepared the draft 2040 general plan, which was an item we heard earlier. And there are several land use changes proposed in the general plan for properties that are located within the city limits. We have some changes to residential and a few changes throughout. And so this item tonight replaces the official zoning map and adopts a new zoning map that has land uses that are all consistent with our general plan land use designations in the 2040 general plan. Could you click on the PowerPoint for me? So we are proposing as staff, and this will also be reflected in the text amendments we're proposing, to make a few technical changes to the zoning designations to clarify and go with all of our zoning amendments that we've been working towards to make things easier. One of the things that we are proposing is to change all of our residential zones to have a prefix starting with R-. We currently have a couple of Old Town medium and Old Town high density designations that are OTM, OTH. They don't really indicate that they're residential. So we're proposing just across the board R-, and then their related abbreviation to make our residential zonings look a little bit more consistent and clear that they're residential. We also currently have the R2, which is a 2-family residential zoning district. There's not very many properties, but it is essentially a duplex only zoning district. Staff, we're recommending to eliminate this zoning designation. It's actually zoned over properties that currently are both low density residential and medium density residential in our general plan. So it's not even consistent with one general plan designation in our current general plan. And some of the amendments that the Planning Commission has seen before when we updated our use tables is to already allow duplex as a type of unit in our low density and duplex as a type of unit in our medium density. So there's no reason to have, in staff's opinion, a duplex specific zoning district. It's quite restrictive, and density and land use tables kind of rule, as opposed to making this really narrow zoning designation. So we're proposing to eliminate this land use designation in the zoning map and simply keep our low density residential and our medium density residential where they map to the general plan designations. We are also proposing to eliminate the current R420 zoning designation that we have, which is called high density multifamily residential. There are currently no parcels with this zoning. This was a 5th cycle housing element creation to up the minimum density to 20 units an acre in the 5th cycle to accommodate affordable housing on particular projects. With the 2040 general plan land use designations, there's a change to our medium, as we kind of talked about, expanding medium density to be 11 to 29 units an acre, and high density residential being 30 to 65. And so this R420 doesn't really mesh with either of those designations. And so we're just proposing a medium density residential and a high density residential zoning district as opposed to 2 high density residential zonings. We are also making a change that you may have heard about or may recall coming forward when we amended in September 2023 the planned development ordinance to allow and expand planned developments to not just be for residential, to give a little bit of a minor setback with a CUP, but now it's a rezoning process that allows for a lot more flexibility, and it allows for commercial to become planned development. And the plan was always to come forward with a map amendment that changed are performance overlay zoning districts, which are these PZ is the current zoning designation. And it's kind of a general designation that said, there's this opportunity for a flexible CUP. With this zoning map, staff are proposing to designate all of the former planned unit development projects in the city with their specific reference numbers to help us find documents for those projects, because they're just generally called R3 MPZ and don't tell you what the project and where to find the resolution. And then in the future, as new plan developments come online, they would get this same referential plan development zoning. I've been working with GIS, which I'll get into in a little bit, to assign these zoning districts by parcel for this in alignment with this zoning map, and to align these plan development numbers with each parcel that's within them. And we are able to, I believe, and that's something we're working on, actually link all of the resolution and adopting documents for these plan developments so that you can click into GIS and click into the zoning and find your right zoning for property owners. So we are proposing no PZ zoning anymore. Everything is PD with a number directly referencing the project approvals that gave them those special designations. As I mentioned, I've been working with our San Benito County GIS staff to create this zoning layer and a general plan layer in our GIS portal. The plan would be to go live when this ordinance becomes effective. We currently do not have accurate zoning in GIS, which makes it very difficult. So while you look at a paper map and this PDF map, that'll be the official zoning map of the city. But from a technical perspective, each parcel, when you click on it, will now have its zoning. It'll have its 2040 general plan designation. It's going to make, for staff, for applicants, for property owners, a lot easier to find their zoning. So I've been working with GIS to make these layers to accommodate this ordinance coming forward. Here's just another example. I kind of overlaid them because I wanted to make sure you could maybe see, but this is the general plan GIS layer, or the zoning layer. On the left, you can see that City Hall. It's downtown mixed use. You can see the second line. It says zoning at downtown mixed use. It's got the abbreviation DMU. It's got the 2040 general plan layer in there. And then on the right, this is the West of Fairview plan development. And so you can see it says PD, I believe it's 2022-7, and we'd be able to link documents to PD 2022-7 right here in GIS. With that, I am recommending to you tonight to adopt a resolution recommending approval of zoning ordinance amendment 26-2 to the council as proposed, approving the repeal and replacement of the zoning map. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions?
How often would it be updated?
It would only be updated if there was a rezoning proposed, or a general plan amendment and a rezoning proposed.
So this currently doesn't change or alter any commercial, industrial, or ag distinctions, right?
It doesn't alter any of the distinctions. It does have land use parcel changes, but they are exactly the same. They all match 1-to-1 with the general plan land use designations that are proposed in that document.
Okay, thank you. And can we open the public hearing at 8:46? And do we have any public comments?
We do not have any speakers on this item.
All right, then we will go ahead and close this public hearing at 8:46. Is there any further discussion from the commission? Do we have a motion? I think our commission needs coffee. Do we have a motion, guys?
Motion to adopt zoning ordinance 2026-2 to repeal and replace the zoning map to be consistent with the general plan.
Second? Anyone?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone? Anyone opposed? Abstain? Okay. Motion carries. 6-4, amendments to the zoning ordinance related to implementation of the goals and policies.
And as you can see, Ms. Kelly will once again present this. This is a supportive item to the implementation of the actual housing element.
Yes, if I could have the presentation.
May we have
please.
the staff report?
Yes, please. Yes, so this item is in similar fashion to the zoning map that we just saw, the text amendments to the zoning ordinance. The other presentation, please. That we are making to implement the housing element rezones. So this is zoning ordinances that the Planning Commission has not seen before, but we are proposing all of the text amendments that are necessary in order to achieve certification compliance from the state for our housing element. This is a list of some of the immediate actionable housing element policies that we need to do in order to achieve compliance. The big one is going to be H1.3, that first one, which is our 6-cycle RENA strategy. So we actually have to put the zonings on the map. We have to put the zonings in the zoning ordinance to meet the RENA. But we also need to adopt objectives design standards. We need to remove development constraints. We need to accommodate some particular types of housing like agriculture and employee housing and transitional and supportive housing that are not currently in our code. We need to make some changes like reasonable accommodation. We talked about that example policy. That's one of the ones that we need to adopt in order to get certification. And again, care homes is a use type that we need to make sure we have compliance with. Could you? Yeah. Thank you. It's a little bit small, but this is kind of what we were just talking about with the zoning map. We are proposing to eliminate the two-family residential from our 1704 table of uses and table of zoning districts that we have. And we're proposing to eliminate the high-density multifamily, that R420, as a zoning designation in this code. But we are also proposing those R- abbreviations. So because we're eliminating R2, we're proposing that medium density becomes RM instead of R3. There's no R2 anymore. High density would be RH. We get those old towns as our OTM, our OTH. We have West of Fairview specific plan, which has its own designation currently. And we're adding the residential mobile home, which is currently on our zoning map, but it doesn't have any textual alignments or references. So we're adding some mobile home park designations and reference into our residential zoning districts to make sure that that's accommodated for the housing element. We are proposing to add supportive housing and transitional housing to all of our residential zoning districts as a permitted by right use. This is required by state law and is implemented by 2 of our policy actions in the housing element. And we are also modifying Table 1704-2, which is the development standards for residential zoning districts, to make some changes to address some of our constraints that we have, and also to accommodate the new densities that are modified by the general plan. So we are proposing to eliminate minimum lot size and lot depth because those are quite restrictive even currently and don't allow for a lot of the use types that we have, a lot of the densities we currently have, and they certainly won't accommodate potentially the revisions to the density. And so what we are going for as staff to help things be easier and to give more flexibility to development is to eliminate these unnecessary constraints and let use types and densities guide development pattern, as opposed to, if you say that it has to be a 5,000 square foot lot, it's going to be hard to accommodate a potential small lot, single family housing type of development. We are proposing to amend in the same fashion lot coverage for the Old Town zoning districts to match their equivalent medium or high density zoning districts that's already currently allowed, and adjusting some height requirements for the medium and high density to accommodate those potential new density requirements. We are also clarifying some language in the West of Fairview Road zoning district, which aligns directly with the West of Fairview specific plan. And we've removed quite a bit of subjective language about design standards, which I'll talk a little bit more about. But we have a lot of subjective things, and as we've discussed with the Planning Commission many times, state law has pretty much eliminated any subjectivity when you're considering design of any type of housing. And so in order to get certified in our housing element, we need to remove that subjective requirements from our code. We are proposing, and I'll talk about it a little bit, a design standards chapter and pulling those design standards out of all of our zoning districts and putting them in one clear place. And we are also proposing the same thing for open space requirements, which I'll also talk about. All of this is about removing these development constraints that are currently in our code, which is part of our requirements in our housing element. We are proposing to add a new chapter 1707 for mixed use residential and commercial zoning districts. Currently, our chapter 1708 is commercial and mixed use. So we have our general commercial, our commercial office, and our downtown mixed use West Gateway. They're all mushed into one chapter. We think it'd be easier for staff, for the Planning Commission, for applicants to have mixed use requirements in one chapter, general commercial, commercial only zoning requirements in another chapter. So we're proposing adding chapter 1707. That is a new chapter just about mixed use. It does add North Gateway mixed use, which is reflective of the change that's proposed in the 2040 general plan, but otherwise is outlined in the same kind of a way in the order as our other chapters. So you've got a use table, you've got a design or a requirements table that talks about densities and setbacks and those types of things. And then we've added single room occupancy, transitional housing, and supportive housing as permitted uses in our mixed use zoning districts. We did not add single room occupancy to residential. We thought mixed use, especially as it's proposed to be a higher density type development, you might see a hotel transformed or something like that into a single room occupancy type facility. We felt adding it as a permitted use, meeting our state requirements in mixed use zoning districts made the most sense. And then again, North Gateway mixed use has been added. With this being said, our current chapter 1708, we are pulling out mixed use. This will just be our general commercial and our commercial office commercial chapter. So we've edited the use tables to reflect just those two zoning designations. We've edited the table for requirements of setbacks and things like that to just have these two zoning designations in it. Staff are proposing 2 minor modifications to our land use tables for our commercial zoning districts. The first is we are proposing to change minor vehicle repair facilities, which are currently not permitted in general commercial. We're proposing to change that to permitted. We currently have a lot of our facilities, Les Schwab, our Chevron, our Speedy, they're in general commercial, which currently that's not a permitted use. And it causes a lot of problems for our owners, for our business owners, for transitioning these businesses. And a lot of these minor vehicle repairs are currently in this designation and are considered non-conforming. Staff are proposing to change that to allowed. I think it's a reasonable general commercial use. And so we'd like to make that a little bit easier on those existing and future businesses. We are also proposing currently medical clinics and laboratories, which is going to be anything from a therapist office to a podiatrist office, are not, or they're allowed, but they require an administrative permit review, which is a staff level ministerial permit, but it goes through our development review committee. It's a whole process. That's currently the requirement for these types of clinics that are minor in their nature. We're proposing to make that also a permitted by right use in commercial office and general commercial zoning districts, so that doctors' offices and things like that can just come in, just like a restaurant can come in a permitted by right. So those are our 2 land use changes we're proposing. It doesn't have anything to do with the housing element, but we're editing this chapter. We're proposing those land use changes to you and the council. We also are removing all of the current design standards for commercial and mixed use out of the commercial zoning districts chapter into a new design standards chapter. Again, so all design standards are located in one place in the code. This is a new chapter that we're proposing in 1716-142, which is about open space requirements for residential projects and mixed-use projects. We are proposing modifications to our open space requirements because it's been a consistent factor that we hear. The requirements are too high. They make building housing, they make building apartments. It's too much. It's currently 500 square feet per unit, which is just infeasible for any type of development that's not really a single family home. So we are proposing in our downtown mixed use, which is one of the highest density proposals, an intent to redevelop and offer the opportunity for development of these upper floors, to remove private open space requirements entirely, and to require just a major amenity for larger projects, 26 to 200 units, or 2 major amenities for 201 plus units. And now, a major amenity is leaving it quite flexible, but that could be a pool, a gym, a rooftop garden, a indoor-outdoor. It's really up to the developer. It's providing one sort of common use factor, but leaving it flexible to make it possible to accommodate some sort of amenity for the developments. We are also proposing to split requirements for open space for multifamily developments into small scale projects or larger projects. So for a small scale project, we're proposing to eliminate a common open space requirement for 10 or less units. This could be a small like garden lot type project. It could be, a few duplexes or even a few, triplexes or something like that. Having a common open space requirement, it doesn't make a lot of sense, especially because on these small scale projects, you probably have a private yard of some kind or a private balcony. So small scale, we're proposing to eliminate a common open space requirement, which is currently required now. And for larger projects, we're proposing to reduce the private open space. It's currently, I believe, 250 square feet per unit, down to 64 square feet per unit, which is like a typical balcony size, and then just have a minor amenity or a major amenity depending on the size of the project. We're also, yeah.
Quick question. So when you say open space, that's like instead of requiring a common area, like a whole courtyard or something, it's something smaller, more scale to the size of the unit
Yeah,
itself.
exactly. So there's a distinction between private open space, which is going to be your backyard, your balcony. It's only accessible to your unit. And then there's common open space, which is like if you're in an apartment complex, you might have a gym, or you might have a pool, or you might have a rooftop garden, or an office group space. Something for all of the members of the apartment complex or all of the members of the, duplex homes group, a park. And so it makes more sense at scale to have that requirement for an amenity. A barbecue area for a medium-sized project is fine, but it could be a real need for something bigger like a pool or a gym for these bigger projects. So scaling the requirement and the required amenity to the actual number of units to accommodate both these small projects that it doesn't make sense to require a pool for 10 units or 3 duplexes, 6 units, having a 400 square foot park, that doesn't necessarily make sense. So we're proposing to kind of scale and change the requirements to be more accommodating to kind of flexible types of multifamily development. And then we're also proposing, along a similar vein, adding some requirements in for a mobile home park, but we've tailored it to what you typically see in a mobile home park, which is a small kind of private open space area that's near your unit, so 100 square feet of private open space, but then an appropriately designed minor or major centralized amenity depending on the scale of the mobile home park project.
Can I ask about you said so the 11 plus units?
Yes.
It's just 11 or more?
Yes, so we've split. So multifamily is going to be 10 or fewer is going to be that small scale requirement. So 10 or fewer multifamily units is not going to require a common, just private. There is a requirement for private. So every unit would have a private space, but no common space for that small of a project. And then if we're 11 or more, 64 square feet of private, so every unit, all 11 or all 200, whatever it might be, have a private space. But for 11 to 25, it would just be a minor amenity, which could be like a child play area or a barbecue pit. As you get bigger than 25, it's going to be one or even two major amenities. The other chapter I've alluded to is new 1730 design standards. What we have done is pulled all of those commercial requirements, which are allowed to be subjective because it's commercial. So we're not making any real changes to the content of those commercial requirements. We're just pulling them out into this chapter here. But we are proposing, again, under Senate Bill 35, SB 330, objective standards are required for residential projects. And so we had drafted previously, I don't believe this commission has seen them, but in the past, the commission saw some pretty basic, like pulled from the state, single family home design standards, objective design standards. And so we are proposing to put those in. They were never adopted. They went to the council. But this will ensure that we have objective standards for single family that we currently don't have. These are things like facade setback for the garage, like a walkway to the side yard, paved, so people can roll their trash out. A couple of things that we can enforce now because we have no requirements. So we could talk more about 1730 if you'd like, but these are real basic objective standards for single family homes. We have another item about our objective standards for downtown mixed use. This chapter does not include any downtown mixed use objective design standards. The goal is that this is a temporary chapter to accommodate kind of the functional reorganizations that we're trying to do. And the ultimate goal of our zoning ordinance overhaul is to come back and really discuss in depth design and requirements and, you know, how much landscaping and all of these things. We could talk about the commercial design requirements and things like that at those future meetings. This is a kind of reorganization and attempt measure to make sure we're meeting our statutory requirements for objective design. Oh yeah, the existing language relocated, what I was just talking about, a temporary ordinance here. With that, these zoning ordinance amendments, well, they're both exempt from CEQA, but they are also consistent with the EIR because they're being adopted in consistency with our general plan and our housing element, so they do not require further environmental review. And so in conclusion, we are proposing this kind of series of chapter amendments to reflect the goals and policies of our six-cycle housing element and bringing them forward to keep us moving along the path to get certified with our housing element. And we are modifying our zoning ordinance language. We're modifying the zoning map to get us there.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the commission?
So what is the timeline on those changes? Are they written already? Are they drafted or?
Yes, so they were included in the packet for you. There's a draft ordinance, I believe it's about 44 pages long, that includes all these draft chapters. And so what we're looking tonight is for Planning Commission's recommendation on those draft chapters to the council.
And these are not the chapters I reviewed during the study sessions?
No, that's the next item.
Yeah, okay.
Any other questions before we go to public hearing? Okay, let's open the public hearing at 9:06 p.m. Staff, do we have any public comments on this item?
Yes, we have Chris Pito online.
Hi, Chris Pito again, 1011 Camino Del Mar, San Diego. This item pertains to the table item 6.1, 6.2, and otherwise. And so I'm going to make the request consistently just because the first item was tabled. I'm requesting that the Planning Commission choose the option to amend what is presented before you tonight and your recommendation to the City Council and not accept the language as presented. I'm asking that staff be directed to have APN 052090045 designated classified in all circumstances as general commercial. and that the commission should note for the record that APN 052090045 will not be required to include any residential indoor housing. We would also ask that you direct staff that if modifications are made to zoning code and applicants like myself with active planning applications, that we can amend the applications to comply with general commercial zoning and are grandfathered into all other items at the time of the original planning submittal. This is more or less tied into some of the items that Eva was presenting, including but not limited to 17.30 design standards, with the new requirements potentially, again, requiring certain items on a project like this that have been identified elsewhere within the items before you tonight that could potentially require not only the housing density, but 3-story buildings, parking in certain areas, and other items. And by placing this in general commercial and giving direction to staff, it helps alleviate that item. Most of these things are done with more of a hammer when you're approving all these items. And we're requesting a little bit more of a scalpel precision with this particular project. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you.
We have Lee Shahinian wanting to speak.
I'd also like to refer to 6.1 and 6.2. My reason is, actually I received a message now from Victor Gomez. He mentioned it before, a prior mayor of the city of Hollister. And he feels rather strongly about trying to make things work for the city, with the city, and again referring to the mixed-use zoning now requiring 30 units to the acre, whereas 2 years ago it was 20 units to the acre. He really would like to see that lowered. So I'd like to make a specific request. I mentioned our parcels in downtown, or near downtown in Hollister, sort of McDonald's and DMV, Starbucks, that empty land all there from Maple over to Santa Ana. It's 4.5 acres. If a project like the one that RUP was suggesting, and whether they're still interested, I can't say at this point, but they stepped away when it went from 20 to 30 because of the cost increase per unit wasn't going to work for the Hollister market, and because we've had nothing but rejections by developers looking at the property but stuck with the 30 per unit. I'd like to request that I give you the 2 parcel numbers, that those be that you amend your recommendation to remove those 2 parcels. You would have some chance of actually seeing a very nice residential commercial unit with stay-at-home commercial, 90 units on that property. It's not going to be low density, but it's going to be affordable. And so those 2 parcel numbers, 051-020-017 and 051-020-019. And if those could be amended to be changed to 20 units per acre, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a speaker card for Joe Tanasha, but I'm not. No? Okay. No more speakers.
Thank you. Do we have, we can close the hearing at 9:11 p.m. And do we have further discussion from the commission?
I don't know if this would be appropriate time, but 05 parcel number 051-020-0170 from the speaker. Is this an appropriate time to talk about that or to try to grandfather?
These are the text amendments. So rezoning anything would not necessarily, like, this doesn't speak to zoning designations of parcels. These are the requirements of each of the zoning designations. And then if your parcel is zoned something, so that would be the map or the general plan.
So we should have done that with the general plan, you're saying?
Which we'll do at the end.
Or at the end?
You could do it with the general plan.
Okay. Yeah. Awesome. So just wanted to.
Any other discussion? And to add to that, then also the request of the 30 units, that is also part of, we'll talk about if we wanted to talk about that at the general plan.
Right.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, do we have a motion?
What is the motion?
What are the options?
Yeah.
To approve?
Yes. So it would be to adopt a resolution with your recommendation. So recommending to the council the approval or approval with amendments or denial.
Do you all want to approve? Do you want to approve with amendments or say no?
6.5,
guys.
correct?
6.5, yeah, I struggle with.
6.4.
Yeah, 6.4.
No, 6.4, sorry. I'll make a motion to accept the staff recommendation action for item 6.4, amend the zoning ordinance related to the implementation of the goals, policies, and city 6 cycle element.
A second?
Second.
Before we take the vote, just to clarify, just want to make sure, the commercial topic we've talked about is also part of the general
That's
plan?
zoning too, I think.
It's zoning, and what I will say is that if the planning commission makes the recommendation and then the council takes the recommendation
Right.
and wants to make a change with the general plan, we'll bring,
Oh, okay.
we'll amend this either through the council's, like, the goal is to match the general plan and then implement the housing
These are
policies.
language changes, right?
Yes.
So, take a vote? All in favor?
There was a second.
Aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Nope. Okay. Motion carries. Now 6.5, Phase 3 zoning ordinance amendments related to permits and procedures.
And so again, with this item, you have Ms. Kelly presenting. Also, as you may recall, in past planning commission meetings, you've had Ms. Frazier leading you through subsequent incremental sessions to discuss these changes. And they really seek to clarify permitting requirements, provide some faster approval processes for some smaller projects, and to also enhance the clarity for staff and the public on language.
Yes. So if I could get the presentation, please, for item 6.5. Thank you, I think. Sorry. This item, while we pull it up, this is the zoning ordinance amendment 2025-4. This is the procedures chapters as Mr. Powell introduced. This is the procedures that this Planning Commission has seen over the past 4 study sessions that we've been having over about 9-month period to update all of our permitting procedures for clarity, to have consistency with new permit types, again, to bring some things back down to a staff level, to speed up processes for people. And then we are also, so what I'll present to you tonight is the things that the Planning Commission has not seen, which is a couple of changes for 1702 and a few changes we've made in response to the housing element. This is our long list of all of the chapters. I think we had exhibits A through V of these chapters. You know, as we've been talking through the study sessions, the goal was a big repeal and replace at the end, and we spread out the discussion to make sure we could really talk about each of these chapters individually with the commission and bring your feedback back to the final drafts. So we are making amendments to title, purpose, and authority. We are implementing zoning districts and zoning map, which references the official zoning map and the new districts. And then we are making a repeal and creating a permit chapter for every single permit type, repealing Title 1724 in its entirety. One of the changes one of the things that we discussed at our last meeting in February at the study session was Chapter 1702, Title, Purpose, and Authority, and we had a speaker talking to us about the potential effect of this ordinance on active project applications in the city. And the Planning Commission asked staff to bring back information on active permits that are incomplete that might be affected by this, as well as for staff to look at our neighboring jurisdictions to see if they offered what we were discussing was a sunset clause that was extended beyond the typical 30-day requirement. So the ordinance is adopted and then it takes effect 30 days. So we did do that. Right now, the Planning Commission has about 6 active incomplete applications that are in the discussion that we were talking about. Complete applications have a different requirement. Housing and vested rights have different requirements, but there are about 6 active incomplete applications at this time, subject to change by the time this is adopted. 5 of those are conditional use permit applications, and we have 1 development proposal that includes a subdivision, site and architecture review, and a conditional use permit. And in all openness, this is the applicant who we've been discussing the concerns with the mixed use. So the procedures amendments are, again, for clarity, and while we are proposing some change to ministerial action, none of these items, these applications, would be kind of downgraded, and so they're essentially the same processes that are currently in place are going to go into the new chapters, but it is technically true that the new processes and procedures would affect these applications, but it's not a meaningful effect in staff's opinion. The procedures are generally the same and just clarified. As we talked about in February, the real effect on this project is the policy foundational change of the general plan, the mixed use, the housing element. It's not this chapter. We also looked into our neighboring jurisdictions, and all of them essentially do one of the following things when they adopt a new ordinance. They either specifically state that a project must comply with the amended ordinance if it's not complete, which is what we have, a 30-day, and then it's effective, and then it must comply, or they don't include a specific requirement, which means that a project would be required to comply. If it doesn't offer that sunset, it doesn't offer an extended period of time, an ordinance is effective, that means it's effective. We also found that our neighbor San Juan Bautista is actually even more restrictive. Not only does an application, if it's incomplete, need to comply, but even if an application is complete and not in compliance, they have to start their construction of their approved project or their complete project within 1 year, or the new ordinance applies and they no longer contain that right. So what we're proposing, we're not proposing a change from the February draft. We're proposing the 30-day effective date, and it would comply, or incomplete projects would be subject to the new ordinance because our neighbors didn't have something different. And this is standard practice in the city of Hollister. All our ordinances are a 30-day effective period, and then they apply to applications. If you change the vehicle ordinance, they apply to your new vehicle requirements. If we adopt a new license, it's 30 days in the city of Hollister. So we did do the research into our neighboring jurisdictions as requested, but staff is not recommending a change. We also are proposing a slight change to site and architectural review, which I believe was reviewed, if you can go back with me all the way to, I think, September study session. But one of the requirements that was coming from HCD for a housing element review was to update the discretionary findings that we have for site and architectural design review. And so we're proposing some amendments that are in the draft chapter for site and architectural review that kind of split out residential projects, commercial projects, housing element sites, to make sure we're making those no net loss findings where appropriate, and which findings apply to specific design review projects. So that is a change from the original chapter you saw at study session. And with that, this ordinance, like the others, has been prepared consistent with the general plan and housing element, but it is exempt as well categorically by section 15378, as it's just a policy change. It doesn't have a direct impact on the environment. And with that, this ordinance, again, the repeal and replace of Title 1724, is about clarifying our permitting requirements. We have some proposals for administrative reviews of smaller projects, and we're also in this adopting the ministerial review and the reasonable accommodations chapters you saw at, I believe, the last study session, which hits some of our housing element requirements as well. And with that, I'm recommending the Planning Commission adopt a resolution recommending approval of the procedures chapters tonight.
Thank you. Do we have questions from the commission? No. We'll go ahead and open the public hearing at 9:22 p.m. Do we have any public comments on this item?
I should say for this item, for the previous two items, Christopher Pito written comment. His letter applied to all 6 items, and I did not announce that for public comment before.
Thank you.
Yes, and I have him online as well. Chris Pito.
Hi, again, Chris Pito, 1011 Camino Del Mar, San Diego. Again, I was at the Planning Commission meeting on February 26th when this was discussed in the sunset provision and the request to look at the neighboring communities. We saw the staff report. We prepared and presented some language that could be used as sunset provision as part of the letter that we sent on the 23rd. So at this point, we're requesting that the Planning Commission choose the option to amend, make amendments to your recommendation to the City Council and not accept the language as presented. Section 17.02030, conformity required. Please direct staff to add a sentence before or after text in E1 that states, all land use permit and subdivision applications that have been determined by the Community Development Department to be incomplete before the effective date of the zoning ordinance or an amendment will be processed in compliance with requirements in effect when the application was submitted, provided that the application is deemed complete, processing within 180 days after the effective date of this zoning ordinance. I also am going to go out of sequence here a little bit, but the 30-day review period that's been referenced and was referenced on the February 26th is a little bit of a misnomer. So we're complying with the Permit Streamlining Act, which means we file an application, the city has 30 days to respond. Within that 30 day, after that 30 days, we then have to make revisions, resubmit. City has another 30 days to review. We get correction items, we make those. Then the city has another 30 days, we make corrections, and it can go on and on. We are making best efforts to try and comply with everything. I can tell you in the, 15-page incomplete letter that we received, a couple of the comments require massive changes to the plan, which require all supporting documents to be amended, and it takes a lot of time. It's not something where we submit and it could be reviewed in 30 days. Additionally, in some jurisdictions, Planning Commission has directed staff to look at the project or even a review within a certain period of time. And sometimes that's done under the guise of an advisory committee, but there's no guarantee, even if we submit what we think is a complete package, that it'll be reviewed in 30 days, and we may have to go through a variance. So we strongly suggest and recommend adding some sunset provision language to this case. I do not fully understand the statement that the amendment will not have meaningful effect on current active applications. The design guidelines that are part of the items that you guys are here reviewing and making recommendation would have significant impacts. And if we had to comply with these new requirements, the project would be completely different. And I've noticed, I've identified these before. LU 8.8 requires a 3-story building. LU 8.7, rear parking. LU 8.1, commercial use on a ground floor. Plus, we have all of the kinds of requirements that are embedded in here, which is why the request to zone this to general commercial in all places, as Eva stated, if that's the direction and the will of the Planning Commission, it needs to be identified in a lot of items, and it can be addressed via a text amendment, which is a much simpler process in doing this.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pito.
I do not have any more speaker cards or
Okay.
anybody online.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and close the public hearing at 9:26 p.m. Is there further discussion from the commission?
Question, the parcel that there's a couple parcels, but let's do the parcel, the one that's on 4th Street. What exactly is the project, Ava?
So the application is currently a commercial development with one residential unit, so it's a mixed-use project.
Okay.
That's the application we have.
And it sounds like us accepting the general plan, us moving forward, his project will somehow become void, possibly, or have to start over.
It's not that the project becomes void. The project would be required to comply with the requirements of the ordinance once it takes effect, the general plan once it takes effect, the housing element once it takes effect.
Okay.
This, again, is the procedures chapters, but that application, the desire, and as the applicants mentioned on other items as well, is a 100% commercial project, which
Oh.
requires a rezone.
Okay, if we were to grant this 180-day or to grandfather this project in, are we allowed to do that on a parcel by parcel basis, or is it if it's granted for the entire city?
No, so you would be amending the enforcement of these procedures chapters against incomplete projects for 180 days, which you can recommend to the council to add that language. But the project would still be reviewed for consistency with the code as it is now, or as it is 180 days from effectiveness, and so we're reviewing for compliance.
Is this the
Any
conformity
project, but
thing that the speaker was talking about?
Yeah, the conformity. That's why I was asking if it sounds like we can't do it on a parcel by parcel basis, because that's what I was kind of hoping for, but
That's the thing, it becomes hard and fast, and that's why the design standards, although I understand the purpose, they just have a hard application. And it's hard to understand what the implications are, because you're dealing with individuals on a case-by-case basis that are separate from each other.
But we could approve it with the consideration of X, whatever it is that you all want to add.
I mean, it's all recommendations either way.
Right. So is there more discussion on this item or a motion?
Because these are objective design standards,
no, these are the procedures chapters.
procedures, well. Yeah, this is the process.
Right, and I would concur with the applicant's statement that other items affect his project, but this particular procedures chapters, the process for a conditional use permit, the process for a rezone, the process for site and architectural review are not fundamentally being changed with the adoption of these chapters.
They're procedures, okay.
does this one also affect the Maple Street and San Felipe project as well, or no?
No.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
I personally think that's why an appeals process would probably help. An early appeals process triggered by the applicant to be able to go before the commission to consider it on a case-by-case basis at that point.
You could add that to your
That
motion.
would be my recommended motion, to approve but allow for an appeals process.
Okay.
And, yeah, on a case-by-case basis.
Is there a second?
I will second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Abstain? Okay. Motion passes. Item 6.6, recommendation to the city council for the adoption of objective design standards for multifamily residential mixed-use development projects in the downtown mixed-use zoning district.
Good evening. Ms. Kelly will once again be presenting, supported by our PlaceWorks consultant, Greg Goodfellow, and potential assistance from our senior planner, Amber Cameron. Again, this is related to the downtown residential and mixed-use type projects. It is in response to some state law changes, and we're looking to standardize and make easy of use.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for having me back. I know you've heard so much tonight. As the presentation comes up, I'm actually glad that I'm coming before the now table item 6.1, because I think the objective design standards is a little bit more of a smaller topic. It's easier to wrap your head around, but what it does do is it reinforces 2 points. One, that no component of this general plan was developed in a vacuum. Everything is threaded from the very beginning 6 years ago and builds on policies and the land use map from that. And of course, these are for the downtown mixed use district. We've been talking about mixed use, so this opens that discussion up again, and I may be able to provide some clarification. The second major topic that is a theme in this meeting and in frankly all housing element meetings across the state of California is the idea of local control in the face of state mandate. And this is an example of that, and I'll be able to walk you through exactly what that means. And I want you to keep that in mind as you think about these other items, this ongoing balance of attempting to maintain local control from the specifics of a community in the face of state mandates and balancing these two things, which is what staff is really trying to do here, just like staff of every other jurisdiction in the state of California. I'll wait for the presentation to come up. Oh, you had a cover, I'm sorry. That's there. I was looking for my cover. All right, once again, these are objective design standards for multifamily and residential mixed-use development in the downtown mixed-use district.
So this is just specific to the downtown?
Yes. Once again, the city has drafted these objective design standards. The objective design standards are consistent with state housing laws. I'll get more into that. We've met twice before. On March 13th of last year, you commented more on the grand approach. We hadn't started the project yet, and the need for types of public outreach. I'll get into that. And then just last month, you commented on the review draft of the document, the actual standards themselves. So I'll get into the project background quickly. I'm not going to take up a ton of your time. I know you've heard a lot. We'll leave it for the discussion. I'll go over the community outreach, the content and samples of the standards, and next steps. All right. Once again, what are objective design standards? In essence, they are quantitative design regulation. The California Government Code describes them as standards that, quote, involve no personal or subjective judgment by a public official. Basically, they are similar to the development standards that we're more familiar with: height, setback, lot size, things like that. We need to distill standards, or we need to distill design into quantifiable standards. And the reason we're doing that is to ensure that design review becomes ministerial as opposed to discretionary. And I'll talk about why that is. In other words, let's make design review a checklist, just like we would use a checklist to make sure a project matches zoning and development standards. And in other words, you're preventing design review delays ultimately because subjective design review, in essence, invites discussion. One person's perspective on what quantifies or what qualifies as high quality design may not match another person's. That's why we all have different design tastes. And if you apply that to a housing project, you are going to increase the time it takes for a project to be approved. And that, as we'll see, is inconsistent with state law, like so many other housing laws by the state of California. However, objective design standards can be customized. It doesn't mean we're just applying numbers across the board to make all housing look the same. They're based on local design priorities and existing conditions, and you'll see these are. They're based on community input. We looked at the 1991 downtown plan, which of course was written in a very different housing environment when things were subjective, when phrases like, let's ensure that all design or that all development in downtown Hollister is high quality and complements our historic feel. What exactly does that mean in today's standardized landscape? And of course, we're looking at those historic resources in downtown and making sure that they are taken care of. So again, as I alluded to, why would a city replace design guidelines, which can be so tailored, so specific, so well-written, and so narrative, with boring old standards? Well, it is, ironically, to maintain local control. Just like you may see the housing element and that huge RENA number and those massive densities as saying, wait, that's not consistent with us, we're losing control. Well, the fact is, if you don't meet that RENA number and if you don't adopt these standards, you are going to lose even more local control. In the case of objective design standards, based on state law, cities, and the quote is up here from the government code section, cities cannot disprove a multifamily housing project that includes mixed use with residential, including through design review, unless the project is shown to be inconsistent with objective, quantifiable standards. What that means is that no city has to adopt ODS. It means that if you don't, you have no control over the design of residential development in your city, because you can't use those design guidelines that so many cities have had since the 1960s. You simply can't use them. And so, although it may seem strange to adopt these very quantifiable standards to something as sensitive as design, cities just have to do it, or else they lose all control entirely of residential development, I should stress. So I talked about this idea of the fact that this is threaded through this entire process. This was not pulled out in the vacuum, just like the downtown mixed-use district itself was not applied in a vacuum. This came out of 6 years of community outreach, just like the mixed-use district, where cities and the community, excuse me, not cities, the community and stakeholders said, we need to activate our downtown. Just today, I was walking around businesses you would think would be open till 8 p.m. close at 3:30. There is just no activity downtown. Mixed-use development is quantifiably associated with economic development. When you activate a downtown, you bring people there, businesses stay open later, and it attracts more and more. It's a process. It doesn't happen immediately. There absolutely are challenges with that 30 density per acre or unit per acre threshold. There's no doubt about it. But this is consistent with 6 years of community outreach. So again, and these are in the general plan itself, action item LU 2.4 says develop a set of multifamily design standards in multifamily zoning districts. 3.1 says develop those standards in mixed use districts. That discussion came way before any of this. That's part of that original drafted general plan. In the same vein, those design priorities we're talking about were also drafted way earlier than this discussion. These are quotes from the general plan. In downtown, we want a safe and comfortable pedestrian experience. We want to require all new development to provide streetscape elements along public frontages. Parking shall be placed to the side and behind new buildings. You don't want your downtown, I'm not saying this, I'm saying the community said this over 6 years of outreach. We do not want parking sitting in front of our beautiful San Benito Street. New and modified buildings, let's require them to be sited and designed to reflect the existing layout, architectural style, character, massing, and height of existing buildings. The ODS you see in front of you, respond to this. Again, all of this is threaded through this 6-year process, just like the downtown mixed-use district itself. I want to stress again that design standards do not impact density. They do not impact where housing can be built. That is the general plan. That is the general plan map. That is the general plan density table that Mr. Early presented early on. That goes back to that item 6.1, which you'll discuss again. All of this does is regulate design, and it regulates design in the DMU district for multifamily and residential mixed-use development. You see a list of items to which these ODS will not apply. Any non-residential development, industrial, straight commercial. Non-infill sites, this goes deep into the law itself. If you were to develop even a very large, perfectly suitable mixed-use building, but off at the agricultural edge with no urban or no built land uses around it, it wouldn't count. You would still have to go through that traditional discretionary design review process. You wouldn't get that streamlining. Same with if you built something on a hazardous site, if it had a natural resource impact, if it was on a wetlands, or it was damaging or tearing down a registered historic impact, or excuse me, landmark. The idea here is, yes, we want to streamline housing, but not housing that may have an environmental or dangerous impact to the public health or the built environment. But those are the exceptions. Of course, just like the general plan, Mr. Early mentioned tens of outreach events. We had our own in addition to those. We heard from you last year that we need to diversify our community targets as much as we can, use online tools, make sure young people can get to this, and perform in-person outreach. A first example is what you're seeing there is a trifold brochure which we created from our initial scope of work, thinking it would be a paper handout that staff could distribute. It has all the information about what objective standards are, where it would happen. We realized, you know what, let's also create a QR code on that and make sure we put that onto a city website. Staff and Amber did a great job of keeping a website updated with all of these materials. We then put out an online survey at the end of last year and got responses from, we had questions about how long have you lived in the county, where do you live, et cetera. We got responses from new and longstanding residents. I'm not going to spend too much time on this. You saw that my last presentation. People wanted to emphasize, again, walkability and sidewalks, storefronts, entries, historic feel just keeps coming up again and again. We don't want to destroy our historic vibe downtown. Frontage priorities, landscape priorities, let's keep a tree coverage. Open space, this goes back to what Eva was saying. I went back and updated our ODS since you last saw it to make sure it's consistent with the new zoning, open space zoning standards and things like that. These are all priorities from the community which we responded to in developing that first draft. We had a community design workshop. What you're seeing there is the postcard that was sent to 8,000 residents, if not more, in the community. It was at Payne's Restaurant, which I know you all know of, on December 2nd. We had interactive poster boards and staff tables. The poster boards were made with different topics and examples of objective design standards, and basically people could use stickers to say, this is low priority, I don't care as much, or medium priority, or definitely, we've got to include this, so we could get feedback on the type of things that were important in the downtown. And then, of course, we also just had comment cards. All right, now let's get into the actual document itself. We heard from you last month a lot of great feedback, and I appreciate it, and this has all been now integrated into the new final draft that you've seen with all the graphics. You wanted us to add more strength in our building color materials and fencing controls, prohibit things like ugly chain link fencing and plastic building materials. We wanted to update and add standards for redeveloping historic buildings. I want to stress again, I know this might be confusing. I had said earlier that any project that is going to impact a designated historic landmark would not be, ODS would not apply to that type of project. When I say historic buildings here, the way it's laid out in the ODS is there are 2 historic districts in Hollister, and they both overlap the DMU, the downtown mixed use. So we decided one thing we need to do is ensure that any project that proposes to redevelop what's called, more wonky talk here, a contributing structure to that historic district, and those are listed in that paperwork for the historic districts. If you're gonna mess with one of those, we wanted to lay out standards for what you need to do and what you can and can't do if you're gonna redevelop one of those. So since the last document, we added those in. We updated the private open space standards, balconies, private patios on the ground floor, and we updated the open space amenities requirements. Again, that would be consistent with what Eva was just delivering earlier on. So thank you for your feedback last month. It was all helpful. It was able to be integrated with staff's needs, and the new document reflects that. All right, the first chapter of the document is just the classic introduction. Just a quick introduction to downtown Hollister character and its relationship to the other regulations. Again, the point being, this does not change the traditional zoning standards. This does not change the allowed density or the allowable location of development. So we lay that out that, again, this is not going to impact the general plan land use map or the zoning development code. There's a submission and review process for design review, which again is different than what it used to be, which was perhaps a design review board or the planning commission having an open discussion about what looks cute. That just doesn't exist anymore. Now it's, are you consistent with this checklist of standards? And then finally, staff asked us in a very good request to add a process for modifying the ODS, which, as we've heard tonight, flexibility is important. However, again, this is part of a long-range document. No long-range document can predict variances in the market, in design tastes at all. It simply can't happen. We've heard that, the housing element could be impossible to build, or everything could change and someone could come in and build 8,000 units. Of course, that can't be a reason to keep delaying either the objective design standards or anything else, because then all you're doing is creating a wider period for applicants to have applicants that are impacted by these changing standards. So when I write these ODS and I think about them, I'm thinking the quicker they get adopted, the less people impacted by existing applications. The second chapter is for these, what I call, or the document calls these larger scale multifamily and residential mixed use projects. We separate out for some of the standards, the downtown core versus the outer downtown, because there are different nuances to right along San Benito versus the outer boundaries of the DMU. Those are shown on this map. The other two lines on this map are those historic districts, because again, we have specific standards for development within those districts. And then that chapter is broken into site design, pedestrian experience, building form, historic character. Most ODS don't have an entire historic character section. It's very clear in Hollister that the community cares about its historic character. So we wanted to really lay out some solid standards, and I'll show you some examples. Architecture, open space, landscaping. The second chapter is for small scale residential, with Eva also alluded to. You may think, why do we break this up? The simple fact of the matter is, it is really hard to develop design standards that can be applicable to a 4-story mixed-use building or a little duplex. They're just too different to apply the same broad set of standards to. So by breaking it out, we were able to tailor the standards to these two sets of project types. So this section has a little bit of a different structure: site design and orientation, building design, historic design, private open space, landscape and lighting. And then there's an appendix to this. I talk about this idea of ministerial review and checklist. This is not something that all ODS provide. It's something we like to provide. It's basically a checklist that has every single design standard that's in the document distilled into a checklist. It allows you to, obviously, if you're the applicant, you put your name, your APN, your project type, you can check it off. And then before you even submit your project, the applicant can go through it and make sure she or he sees that my project, to the best of my ability, is consistent with these standards. It removes unpredictability to at least some degree. Obviously, there could be some changes, but then the staff can go in and do the same thing, and both parties can initial. Again, staff can decide how exactly they would like to use this, but this is something we provide as a foundation for that ministerial review. All right, samples. Again, I just have a couple. I know you've heard so much. The reason I've selected these samples is to show sort of the difference in approaches for these guidelines. This is a standard for new pedestrian connections. If somebody is going to go in the DMU and develop a large project that takes up an entire city block, I know that sounds crazy to everyone here, but again, based on the zoning standards and the density standards you've seen, it is possible. It's very likely almost entirely infeasible, but that's not the point at this point. The point is to say, if it's going to happen, we want to control how it looks. We want to make sure, and this is an example of that pedestrians can still get through that. We don't want a wall of development in our downtown. This is an example of the standard that said you need to keep or create a pedestrian connection. It's hard to see the details, but it's got to have landscaping on the sides. It's got to be well lit so that those walking in the downtown can cut through this big development and get over to East Street or the neighboring block. And this is an example of a figure that is much more site-oriented, flat, more boring looking, but typical of a site plan type standard. Very different from this is the standard for sidewalk design and amenities. You can see the figure here is the boring term, axonometric, more 3D, where this standard describes how sidewalks in front of private development need to maintain a useful and a safe feel. So you've got this frontage zone where applicants can add certain amenities. There's another standard with what those amenities are, whether it's seating and tables. But then that clear throughway zone has to be kept open, and it's got to be wide enough for ADA movement and things like that. And then you've got that outer zone, which needs to be landscaped at a certain type, with a certain type of tree spacing that came directly from the community saying, look, we want to maintain our green spaces downtown. And then, of course, it's got numbers associated with each width. There's no phrase such as amply wide. What does that mean? No, it's got to be 8 feet. That's the nature of ODS once again. An example of, I know this is hard to see, I apologize, of respecting historic standards and historic feel downtown is what you're seeing in that image is that smaller structure is an illustration of a potential existing historic structure. If somebody is going to come in and create that large multifamily or mixed-use housing development right next to it, the idea here is that we don't want a wall a massive wall or volume or shadow right next to a beloved historic district. So what that developer is going to need to do is reduce the mass of that building in the area near the historic district. A developer is going to say, that's not going to be easy. No, it's not. The idea here is not to make life easy for developers. It's to make these reflective of the community's priorities. And what we heard over and over, and what's going all the way back to 91, is do not impact our historic feel. And that's an example of how we can do this with objective design. Chapter 3, a little bit different. Remember, these are those smaller structures, so we have standards for limiting the visual impact of a garage. If you walk around downtown, I've done lots of walks in this area taking photos. The most amazing part about those outer edges of the DMU is that these are not homes with big, massive garages in front. Many of them don't have garages, which is actually visually very pleasing. So what we wanted to do was make sure that new development adheres to that, and that you're not, your building doesn't have more than a certain percentage of the front facade taken up by a garage, whether it's on the side, facing outward, or along those rear-facing garages. So there's different metrics involved for each. Historic design here, a little different, because here in these smaller scale structures, we're not going to see those huge, or I shouldn't say huge, larger buildings next to a small historic standard. It's going to be more scaled correctly. So what we can do is not require that the new building to be scaled. What we can do is require the new building to include elements that are consistent with the neighboring building. The roof pitch is within 10 degrees of the adjacent roof pitch. That's the first part. Historical articulation, such as sight lines, trim boards, cladding patterns, and floor level separation shall match the direction and alignment of the adjacent historic building. So there are ways we can quantify approaches to historic design just to at least make things feel like they match and are not glaringly in conflict with a historic structure. Here we are again at next steps. You've heard it before. Public comment on the UDS tonight. Planning Commission can recommend to the council or not to adopt, and then we'll take this again, like all of these other items, to the council on April 20th.
Thank you.
Happy to take questions.
Any questions from the commission? Okay. Thank you. If not, let's go ahead and open the public hearing at 9:54 p.m. Staff, do we have public comments?
Yes, we have Carson Clower.
I'll just be real quick. I just have, and I might have missed it, but how does staff decide what's a historic building and what's just old? Because you could have an empty site. Both buildings are essentially the same age. One maybe has beautiful character and great value. The other one sucks. And we've seen in the past, not in historic areas, but when a commercial building burns down and then it comes back for its site and architectural, the planning commission's trying to decide, oh, we want this building to match with the new Walgreens. This is an actual example. And then they go, well, it doesn't actually match with the other buildings in the same complex. And then you have this discussion. So when it's the commission, I think it makes sense because you actually have the discussion. If it's at the staff level, which is good because it's faster, it's just helpful to know like what they're using. Thanks.
That's a great question, and I spent so much time parsing that into this. Do you want me to answer it? Or is that okay? If they're cool with it.
Is everyone okay?
Do we have
with- yeah.
any other public comment, though?
Oh, sorry.
Do we have more public comment? Nope.
We
Okay.
do not have any.
I think that's an excellent question. Like, what does make it old? Because, I'm a teacher, and my students said that I'm born in 1995. They're, oh my gosh, you're old. So, am I old?
You are, man.
Chair Torres Luna, if we could close the public comment.
Yes. Oh, yes. Let's go ahead and close the public comment at 9:56 p.m.
It is a great question, and there are layers of bureaucracy, I shouldn't say it that way, of political and legislative identification of historic structures. And you saw in my earlier slide that housing streamlining in per state legislation does not apply to a series of project types that are basically the same types of projects that an EIR would identify an impact with. They would be in a wetlands that might, harm a species. They would be on a fault line. They would be in whatever it is, or they would impact a historic structure. That again is part of the CEQA, of the EIR process. So the state obviously made these consistent with CEQA and cultural impacts. According to state law, that streamlining clause only applies to identified historic landmarks, which is one type of historic identification. There's only one actual landmark downtown, and Eva, I'm sorry, it's in the introduction to the ODS, and I forget if it's the.
So
Steinbeck building?
So it's actually this building, it's 375 Fifth Street here, City
Yeah.
Hall. It was a Carnegie Library.
Right.
But we also have to answer the question, we have the downtown historic district that is registered on the National Register. We have the Monterey Historic District that's registered on the National Register. The historic buildings adjacency or redevelopment requirements of the ODS would apply to contributing buildings in
Right.
those districts and or 375 Fifth Street.
And those contributing structures are identified in the paperwork of those two districts.
Yeah.
And the ODS document in the introduction lays out the boundaries of those two districts. And, part of what we tried to do here was tailor standards to those districts because they're different types of districts. One thing that's difficult is those two districts. And again, if you look in this paperwork and it's 40 years old on an old PDF that you can't do a search of in handwriting in some places, is that they are just very varied. They have a lot of beautiful historic districts, or buildings, but they're everything from Gothic to Italianate. And so it's difficult to apply a certain required style, which some ODS documents do. We talked about this in the last meeting. Downtown Santa Barbara is all mission style, and their ODS says, we want you mission. And they lay out what makes a mission style building. Here, because there's so much variety, and that's what makes Hollister so amazingly beautiful and cute down here, what we tried to do instead was, and it's a standard in the ODS, is ask developers to integrate components of different styles that are in these districts, Italianate, Gothic, Mission Revival. And you don't have to make your building look exactly like it, but let's make sure you include, for example, an arched portico, windows that are vertically oriented like the old Gothic buildings, a gable of a certain height that is indicative of Victorian, things like that. But again, the actual historic standards about adjacency, and these are laid out in the wording, are if you are adjacent to contributing structures of those two historic districts.
But they're only for historic areas.
Right,
For
because-
example, the example he gave of Walgreens, and it wouldn't
apply.
It wouldn't
No.
apply.
So those contributing structures are only in those historic districts. So it's not everywhere in the district. That would be quite limiting, and a lot of structures in those districts simply aren't historically identifiable by style, and that's the value of having that paperwork for those districts, is it does identify the ones that contribute to an actual district. So we have those contributors. We're saying, look, if you're right next to one of them, they're valuable here in Hollister, you need to respond to it.
Thank you. Any other
Thank you.
question, comments? Do
I
we
was
have?
actually, yeah, I was actually gonna mention that, yeah, it's a little bit complex, like as far as how the ODS would apply to a historic district. And even the fact that there's all these earthquake requirements with these old properties. And the moment that you touch a load-bearing wall, right, there's like it triggers all these regulations. So, I mean, yeah, the hard part is the ministerial to me, to be honest. Because it leaves it to the interpretation of staff. I would argue it kind of creates a little bit of a stronger separation between the applicant and the process, and I do believe there's got to be a lot more engagement from those that are involved in these processes that actually know what the real world implications are.
I do want to add one more thing because this is pertinent. I've done a lot of these ODS around the entire Bay Area. There's sort of two branches of thought with working with actual developers on these. The idea is if you start being influenced by developer feedback, your ODS are losing what they're trying to do, which is integrate community feedback and community priorities, because the developers are going to tell you what makes it easy to build versus what makes design appropriate to your community. And so you need to balance, and I absolutely understand your point. We've done ODS where we do developer roundtables and talk about these things for the last 6 years, but ultimately what we find is we hear the same thing over and over, which is we hear feedback that says, okay, this will make it easier for us, which makes sense, but at the same time, it ultimately becomes potentially in conflict with what the spirit of an ODS is, which is to maintain what's been happening for 60 years in communities, which is very detailed design guidelines that really lay out in detail these community priorities, and they set the stage for design review committees, which most cities had for the last 40 years, where they argued over and over and discussed down to the minutest detail every component of design. But of course, that meant housing projects were delayed months and months.
Well, to be clear, that's not what I was alluding to.
No,
It's like,
okay.
I understand the intention, but the actual application of it, this is not even about supporting or opposing developers.
Yeah.
Well, let's put it this way. I mean, downtown, you have vacant lots, you have buildings that are going unused. There's and I know because I talked to property owners downtown.
Yeah.
They would rather sit on those properties rather than actually even use them for a whole
Yeah.
separate reason. So design standards, especially when they intertwine with legislative priorities and bureaucracy, right? So well, I guess to put it this way, the state of California and the legislative body, right, the House and the ultimately the Assembly and the Senate, they can only propose legislation at a high level. They're broad and intentionally broad, but when it comes down to the actual desire to see the downtown thrive, as an example, that requires investors, and to a certain extent, that requires their understanding of the actual implications of these complex,
Sure.
Requirements.
Yeah.
And so we can only really propose, even at our level, broad policies or broad recommendations. Are they actually going to work? Is it going to make the downtown worse or better? We can't really say. We can only assume. And granted, you have residents that have their opinion, and I value their opinion because they're in a lot of ways the consumer of the downtown. But that still doesn't change the dynamic of what do we want the downtown to actually be? Do we want to actually thrive? What is it going to take to get there? And ODS, sounds like another layer of potential bureaucrocy.
No, I understand.
Because it's high level.
The only, what I can say to that is you're right, we cannot predict, with all variables what will happen downtown. But what I can say with confidence is without the ODS, a developer could come in and say, given this is such a difficult feasibility environment, the only way I can make this work is to design my residential apartment building as a block. I can't spend any money on design. I cannot add any nice looking windows. The only way I can pull this off is with a simple block mass. I cannot respond to this historic building, I'm sorry. And without the ODS, that developer, you wouldn't be able to respond to that. He or she would be able to build that building as a wall, a volume mass in the downtown that is, I can absolutely say, out of character with the downtown. But again, it's looking at it in reverse. It's looking at what happened if you didn't have the ODS. And I've said this not just to you, this is kind of the nature of this beast. The ODS will not guarantee good design, but they absolutely guarantee against bad design. That's what they do. And that's the best they can do.
I struggle with that, honestly, just because and this is not pro-developer at all.
Yeah, I get it.
But they're businesses.
Commissioner
they're business
Hernandez,
owners.
I apologize to interrupt, but we are past 10, so we do have to make a motion to continue. Sorry to interrupt.
Sure.
Okay. Do you all want
I
to,
mean, really, we're at the tail end of it.
we're at the end. Do you all, okay with continue? A motion? Is there a motion to continue?
Yes.
And a
Thank you
second?
so much. Apologies for
Okay.
interrupting.
Everybody in favor? Yes,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, I'll just be brief. I mean, anybody who invests, their goal is to obviously see that investment thrive. They're not gonna build a block, no offense. It's just not, who's gonna use that property? So all I'm saying is, and I'm not saying we shouldn't have standards at all. I'm just saying that those standards should have flexibility to be able to make sure that, one, that there's a I think, public engagement of that appeal process. And then ultimately, too, that we actually have the intention to see downtown thrive.
I think
Thank
staff agrees with you. That's why they had us add in an amendment process for the standards, and that's in the document you have.
Thank you.
Process for minor and major amendments.
Do we have,
I'm ready to make a motion.
okay,
I want to adopt item 6.6, recommendation of the city council for the adoption of objective standards, the ODS, for multifamily residential mixed use.
Second.
all in favor?
The
Aye.
friendly amendment. Can we include the appeals process to be public? To not go through ministerial? Or at least allow for the public engagement in that process?
Is everyone okay with, or is your motion, are you okay with that friendly amendment?
Ava, is that something?
I would say that ministerial projects, by their definition, have no appeal process.
Yeah, that's the trouble that we've had over the last handful of months and why the articles are being written about all the issues with planning. No offense. It's just the reality.
I'm gonna go ahead and make the motion. I see what the ODS is trying to do. So my motion is just adopt 6.6 as is, as staff recommendation.
Okay, that's your motion. Second. And all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No, one no. Thank you. So now, do we go back to our 6.1? Okay,
We do.
let's go back to our 6.1 and see if there's discussion, a motion. Anyone?
Just based on the feedback, I don't know, this might be a recommendation for city council, but having like a middle tier, mixed use, medium, small, because some of these projects don't fit into the new categories at all. So I'm just thinking if that might be a route, or just reduce it down to whatever number and still have a overage that doesn't seem to be regulated, how much overage we have as a city in the plan.
So is it okay to, so I think we're gonna adopt it, but we're gonna ask for considerations
yeah.
for revisions. And I think there is several things. So one is you're proposing is the mixed use.
So that's the item for discussion.
be-
Do you want to recommend, like, do you agree on mixed use, bring the number down of dwelling units per acre, or introduce a new category, which I don't know. Either one is probably going to delay it.
I just want to clarify, Ava, we cannot bring down the 30 acre, sorry, I'm
30
really late.
dwelling
30
per
dwelling units per acre, because otherwise, if we do that, correct me if I'm wrong, we'll be not in compliant with the housing element. Is that correct?
It will have an effect on the housing
Okay.
element, certainly, yes.
Okay.
But it
we
could
are-
be your recommendation.
But it's going to city council
Yeah, we're not-
regardless.
this
We're
is
not gonna
advisory.
decide either way. Like, this is what we heard from the public. This is a big one. And for us to put it forward is what we're doing.
So technically,
Got it.
lowering it, I mean,
Yeah,
I
it's-
personally think we should recommend just allow them to be commercial. That way there's no mixed use
I was thinking that,
confusion.
yeah.
And that it forces them to have to look for different sites, fine. But,
The mixed use component, the state took those numbers into consideration when we submitted those. So in other words, the state looked, the state agreed, Hollister said, look, that parcel over there, that's gonna be mixed use. Now we're saying, oh, never mind, it's not gonna be mixed use, it's just gonna be commercial. I don't think you guys are understanding.
Oh, we get
I
it.
think
We
we
get
are.
it.
And I'm not trying to be condescending, but once, we have to then look for new sites.
We don't
That's-
have
that-
to. I mean, that's, yeah. You look for new sites, yeah.
I mean, we're not, it's not our duty to represent the state of California. It's our duty to represent our community. Period, full stop.
All right. If, I mean, it's your, I've said my piece, it sounds like you guys, the commission will do this. well,
No,
so.
no, it's your motion, right?
No,
Was it
no,
his
no,
motion?
no,
It's
no.
your
For
motion?
discussion.
Okay, discussion,
I mean,
okay.
we're.
It's okay to say, I mean, this is why we're here, right?
Yeah.
So I want us to feel okay with expressing, or you're representing your opinion and what you see, it's okay. We all are, it's okay.
Or allow variance for
Yeah,
projects
it's
that are gonna
okay.
have
Yeah.
a high ratio
Yeah.
of low income.
How many units do we have to work with? Because we're like at 8,000, I think. Like, I think what the state demanded was like 4,000, correct, for Hollister? And you're saying that we are at 8,000?
We are at 8,000 something, but it's a much smaller buffer on their affordability. I wouldn't be able to calculate that,
Okay.
but I can tell you that
Okay.
a significant number of sites are mixed
Okay.
use.
And there's wiggle room, it sounds like, correct, for some sites?
And it's all hypothetical.
Yeah, what I'm just suggesting is like, I totally get it. The projects that are in the pipeline, like that one on, what was it, by the Starbucks over there, like that project, I'm fine. So like it's in the pipeline, let's go.
Oh, 0510205.
Correct.
The west side.
Yeah,
Right.
I'm not against stuff like that on a case-by-case basis, but to just throw it out and say, we gotta start all over, no, like, it's 6 years, or not 6 years, 3 years.
So
That's
would
what I'm
that be
trying to say.
would that be your revision to have, for the city council to have consideration for projects already in the pipeline?
Correct,
To not be impacted by,
correct.
I think we all feel,
But I also think we should include making recommendations
right,
for the council to consider
Right.
an amendment process, being that
yes.
we just need more flexibility. I don't see how it's not gonna create issues.
Again, we're just giving them our recommendations,
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
they're
no.
gonna do whatever they're gonna do,
Yeah,
right?
no, I understand. I just think making like, for all of pipeline, yes, I think we're in agreement.
Mhm.
For the mixed use, I think that's a big mistake, because I think we were all up here, like, pushing for the mixed use.
Yeah, but
I'm just confused at like the backtracking.
It's
That's-
the
that's-
20
Backtrack.
versus 30.
20
It
versus
doesn't seem
30.
feasible, that's it.
The-
It's not against mixed use, it's the quantity
The
required.
quantity for 30,
That's
okay.
it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and you're forcing, like, someone who's building a Starbucks to not put houses in. Like, that's a little bit extreme, I would argue.
Mm-hmm.
I think there could have been more creative ways to distribute the units as they are right now. Right now, it's very like, the formulas were used, but, West Gateway, there's a lot of homes, there's a lot of
Right.
already commercial space, so there's flexibility there. Where others, there's like deserts where it's just houses and there's no commercial.
Yeah,
Mhm.
well,
So there's other ways this could have been played out, but I think the easiest route right now would be to keep certain projects and attract more projects,
Mm-hmm.
is to reduce from 30 to maybe 20, or whatever.
for projects in the pipeline, you're saying?
For projects in the pipeline. And if we want to consider future, because this is going to be in effect till
Right.
2040,
Right.
or 2031 for this is only the housing cycle, right?
Oh, it'll be amended.
The element?
General plan?
This is the general plan, so it'll go till 2040. It
2040.
covers,
But the housing element is only through 2031, right?
correct.
So we're looking at these figures, these commitments through
Okay.
2031 only.
Also, just want to say, we're going to be back here before you know it. By the time this gets certified, it'll be the 8 years we have to keep doing this, or 6 years. Like, the state's going to look at it like, what's going on? Like pipeline, like, I'm all for that. It's hard to reiterate that, but
Just realize too, Commissioner, that this issue is not unique to San Bernardino County. This is happening all across the state. Issues are, the gentleman that spoke
Mhm.
presented on the reality that other communities, Carmel specifically, perfect example, they're like up in arms because they're being forced to build outside of even their own capacity. You literally have to tear down commercial properties to do what the state wants you to do. Bottom line is, I think they've created a problem, and this is a statewide problem. And it's only gonna get worse, because ultimately, we have too many municipalities that say, well, let's just lay down and do what the state says.
Yeah.
In our friendly, or in our revision would you all consider, so several people, including the gentleman who talked about his 2 parcels, I think over here by McDonald's, and then another person that asked about their 3 parcels to be designated high density to medium density. Like, there's different people who are impacted. Could we put something in for consideration for city council to give them a path to?
You absolutely can.
Flexibility.
Propose to the council a land use change, like the commission thinks the council should consider changing the land use. I will, if I may, Chair, and it's wholly up to you as the chair, but I have been informed that we had a couple people submit a request for comment who've been waiting, so if you would like, we could reopen. We have already had the public comment, but I was told we had a couple people who would like to
Are you all okay with having public comment? Okay. Yes, let's go ahead and open public comment, 1017.
Okay, I have Victoria Montoya wanting to speak.
Good evening. My name is Victoria Montoya, and I'm here just as a registered voter. And what I have seen tonight is incredible. I don't know how you guys managed to think and answer, because this should have been a 2-session thing.
I agree.
You should have divided, because there's some of us who want to understand what's going on with this planning of more housing, whether it's a state or a federal or whatever. We need to deal better things than just houses. My concern, I live near the water sewer, okay? And when you're talking about how much the state wants you to do and how much the county wants and how many people are ready to buy and sell for houses, my concern is you can do all the talking and walking, but what are we going to do about the water and the sewer in this county? I live where it stinks. And if all these developments are going to bring their water from both, you know what? I have to live with that. So if you have sessions like this, you have to make 2 sessions so the people that live near where it's not fancy, we get the, whatever we call it, I call it the west side, which was changed when it was called Bonita. The area was called Bonita.
Yeah.
Buena Hermosa, whatever.
Villahermosa. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm here to say we need to deal with the water and the sewer. And then we can say, yeah, we can have all these houses in our county, historical and non-historical. Plus, the schools, high school is overcrowded because the land was given. But we sure need to increase that there is a need for another high school. Why keep it in one area? Because it was the land was free. But it doesn't help the county. It doesn't help the environment, and the kids are all pushed in and out. So I don't even have little kids anymore. But I think that we better think better of, you cannot develop homes unless you have safety water and safety sewer, and not put all the shit out there in the back. I'm sorry, but I got tired, because this is a 2-session meeting that I wanted to learn from. To push everything in one thing and then tell us, now, I thought you were all developers when you understand what was just on there. I don't think none of you guys are developers or real estate to understand what just happened tonight. Everything was shoved down in one night. I think we can do better.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Okay, so do we have a motion or more?
You gotta close.
Oh, I'm
again.
sorry, close public comment. Thank you. Thank you. 1021. Okay.
I think the commission already made a motion.
Okay.
With the recommendations, right, and reducing the numbers, excluding the properties. Sorry,
And,
my mic was off. Excluding the properties that are being impacted currently,
in accounting for public benefit options where they cannot meet the dwelling units, but like infrastructure improvements, that's a good trade-off, you know,
Yeah.
so.
That's why I would argue, I mean, some of these properties should be designated, just kept at commercial. Because ultimately, economic development is gonna be the very thing that's gonna increase revenue to be able to offset infrastructure costs that we need.
Yeah, but we also need affordable housing, so
Yeah,
we
both.
can't get 30, but we'd get 15. That's
Right.
still something.
Right.
Yeah.
Agree.
So just flexibility with mixed use and what they're able to provide for the community, right? And also account for the infrastructure impact, like.
So
we
I
just-
have a
And
question
the
for staff.
current applicants, right?
Current
If we're
applicants.
gonna drop the housing units to 20, does that mean we have to designate more sites?
I mean, in general, it's gonna, yeah, the
Yes.
math's gonna have
Of
to
course.
change.
Right.
I don't have the exact
So-
numbers, but in short,
Yeah.
yes, absolutely.
So is that the negative impact that you were talking about? We would just have to designate more areas?
Yes, so we would have to look into our commercial and industrial areas to change them to housing.
Okay, but just making sure the people impacted will be able to, we're saying like, for them to have some kind of way to appeal or not be impacted. Okay, just
I mean,
making sure.
essentially, we just have to designate areas to show the state that we have the areas
Right.
to build the housing.
Right.
Now, it's up to a developer to come in and actually utilize that area, right? And I think by shrinking the sphere of influence, you know, I'm not a developer, but I would think it's harder to build in a smaller area, because the only way you can go is up.
I mean, I think technically the good potential offset is even considering downtown, since downtown already has taller buildings. Technically, they have more of an infrastructure, but obviously dealing with some kind of potential requirements with the
But
historic district.
But to the point of the gentleman in the back, you know, he said, be careful.
I got a math question for you.
Okay.
Oh,
we
it's
can't take
10,
that. We
it's
can't-
10:20.
Like maybe
I
100.
know, but you gotta stop and think just for a second. Math deal, you say you drop them from 30 to 20, that's 10 units. Do you have 100 acres that you're talking about high density in this plan? That's the question you should be asking. How many acres are designated towards high density, 30 to the acre? You can do the math yourself off the 8,000.
Regardless, yeah, it's where are they gonna try to meet these numbers? I mean, these are all hypothetical numbers either way, right? Since it's not the city building. It's, regardless, if you wanna change the math around, right, it's like, I think Sacramento is probably the best at moving numbers around, right, and still have the same outcome. So if we need to move numbers around, fine, but all I'm saying is, the things that are actually in the queue that are actually trying to produce, how about we create some solutions?
Right.
And at the same time, create potential amendment process to make sure that we're slow walking this into something that's not gonna destroy our community.
Agree, slow walking. And then the final for your consideration is the maps. If we can, once they go to city council, have the street names, is that okay? At least one of them?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So there's a motion on the floor, and I want to make sure I've captured it from Commissioner Perez to recommend to the council approval of the general plan with a reduction in the density of the mixed-use zoning districts from 30 to 20.
Sorry, I didn't realize I made a motion, but I think throughout the discussion, we just arrived at one, so.
I think you opened up the discussion.
Let's open up discussion, yeah. Can you repeat that? 1 second.
I guess maybe we can just say that's withdrawn. It was stated as a motion originally, and then we've been discussing. So maybe that's withdrawn, and
Oh,
then
okay.
Go
we
ahead
can
and
move
make a motion.
forward.
Well, cause you said medium density, right, which I believe is the, what, 12 to 20 or something?
I started with considering like maybe introducing another option for mixed-use medium density
Medium.
instead of all of them being 30 minimum, something
Yeah.
like that. And then that would give flexibility, but again, it would make a lot of changes to the general plan, which I
Yep.
think is what we're trying to avoid. So I think the best route forward right now is to add some language on amendments or variances that could be granted if they cannot meet the 30 units, and also grandfather in existing applications.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
Okay, that's the motion. Second? Yes. So approve with,
Approve with the recommendation to city council to grandfather in existing applications and provide amendment options or variances for applicants who cannot reach the 30-unit minimum on mixed-use developments.
Are we not having the medium density?
No, because that would require more work.
Okay.
So,
Okay,
I will second.
all right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No? Okay, abstain, motion carries. It's going to city council. And is there any reports from commission? 8.1? No? All right, and then planning division reports. Staff, do we have any reports?
I have nothing to
Okay,
report.
thank God. All right, I think we're good. We're adjourning at 10:27. I'm gonna use this thing too.
Thank you all.
Thank you, everybody.
Good night.